front of your book. And this will show you that actually with everything this year, the decrease, I think the increase it is the jail. So actually we went down about a little under 10 cents. And then
Yeah, I don't know.
these are fund balances too. So you can just put this in the front.
Are we ready? Where we're gonna be? Good?
Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
Open up here then. I'd call this meeting to order. In motion to approve the agenda, I'd like to, before we approve the agenda here, all these budgets are fine, but I don't want to approve anything today. I want to receive the information and then have time to look at it. So, how to word that? Just been go over all these budgets, discuss it, but not approve them as we go.
Does that need to, so I'm wondering, does it, cause it's just like a slash, so it's discuss.
We don't have
Or
to.
approve, or
No,
just, I mean,
yeah.
it's just an option.
Don't have to do both, yeah.
Or just, I mean, is that,
Yeah, we don't
It's just, we
have
can
to,
just
but
discuss them.
there's no sense to just discuss. I'd like to amend the agenda, just say discuss.
okay,
All right,
I'll second that.
all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, let's say a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, any public comment? Section 4 here. If there isn't any, then we're ready for Veterans
So
Affairs.
you put trouble first, so you
Yeah.
can get us over with?
Janice first, number 1.
Okay, I gave you a packet just so I could run through it and explain to you what we're requesting. This was approved by my commission board. I have 2 members of my board present. The first page, I am on a salary, which I signed for and accepted, but I'd like for you to note that that salary is compiled on 52-hour payroll period. If you look at the third sheet, I was hired for 60 hours of payroll period, which is 30 hours a week. So that should probably be addressed in your next review to see if you want to increase that. And before I go further on that, I should probably also let you know that I have put in my resignation notice, and it will be 1 year from February this year. So I'll be in half of your next budget. So the second sheet is adjusted for the hours if you choose to do that. That's just the difference in the 52 to 60 in a payroll period. And the second line, I moved Denise up to that line where she will be requesting $13.50 an hour. That's times 52 times the 26, which is how they compute it. So that line should be 18,427. And we're deleting the position that I had for D. So that number 3 there, which is at 15,600, will be deleted completely and fall back into your budget. And then that third page, I did put a copy of where I was hired at 30 hours a week, so you have it on file. So, and again, that's been approved by my commissioner board, so that's what we're requesting. Any questions? Then I'll have to do a budget adjustment in January next year, a year from now, to change my salary request, because that'll drop off the 1st of February next year.
Okay,
And I believe I can do that, can I, Melissa? Just do a budget adjustment, January, February next year. You'll let us know when that'll come up to adjust, because that money will fall back into your budget.
Well, you'll just do an amendment if you need more.
Just an
money, but
amendment?
If you don't, then when you do the budget next year, you're just gonna re-estimate. So
Okay,
they're
great.
not.
Make it simple. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Questions?
How's everything going over there at the building and everything? Is the,
We got it all cleared out. A couple days I parked in the roadway and walked in, which was fine, and we did a lot of work from home where we could. But, what are you gonna do? This is Iowa.
yeah,
But yeah, we're fine. Building's fine. I do have another small leak in the main break room area that we should probably tell you about. And I think Ron's gonna be addressing that down the road in one of your meetings. Any
Okay.
questions for me?
well, do a good job, damn it.
So the only three you changed are, you just, on the third one, you deleted it down to zero. Excuse me, down to zero
I'm missing that. I didn't hear
in
it.
your budget. I didn't
Yes.
ever get your budget forms. So I just calculated based on the,
Right, yeah, I knew you did. Yeah, and I thought she sent him back. I apologize if you didn't get him in advance,
no,
Melissa.
are you agreeing with what I gave you? That's what I'm asking.
I'm agreeing with the changes I have written in that the commission board approved. Did you get a copy of this? The sheets that I was sent
Did you
to,
give her a copy, Janet?
yes, she has a copy.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the second sheet. Thank you.
Yeah,
Got it.
okay. Anything from any of us before we,
Well, I'm looking here, what you have done and then what's in this, what we have printed
actually,
here.
you're saving money on ours because we did away with a position that we will not be filling.
And this 2252 is an hourly,
If you
That's-
think.
was that what you were?
I'm on a salary.
Yep.
And if you look at the salary amount that's paid and divide it by the hours worked, that's 22.52 an hour. The budget reflects 25.98 an hour, but I work 60 hours, not 52 hours. Now, that will not affect the rest of this year because I signed that. I knew it when I signed it. And so that was signed, but for the next round, we'd like to see that updated. No, Melissa has a signed copy where I agreed to that amount.
I guess I'm confused with the 40 because I calculated the increase of, if the board went with a 7.5 at $37,762. And you're at $40,528.
Okay.
So that would
well,
be over the 7.5.
What I did on that. Let's see the little orange sticky.
Mhm.
Okay, it 25.98 an hour times 60 hours is 15.58, which comes out. We have 25 payroll periods in a year, 40,528.80.
That's not.
Okay, fix it for me then. If I did it wrong, I was looking at 25, 26 payroll periods a year, because I know it's not just 2 payroll periods a month. So sorry, Melissa.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to figure out how
Yeah.
you got your numbers because mine are different.
Okay.
So with Denise's, you want her at 1350,
That's correct.
26 hours a week.
That's correct.
Okay.
Times the 52. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I did that wrong, please, sorry.
No, you're good. I will
Okay.
just,
Yeah,
make a
but
few
I would
tweaks
like
and then I will
her
let you
at
know.
the 1350.
and you're gonna still be at the 30 hours, correct?
Yes, I didn't plan to step down on I'm gonna work it anyway. That's why I agreed and signed it this year, because it's fine, as I'm on a salary, and if I put the hours in, fine.
No, I
But-
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
So,
and I should also point out that then, is this a good time to address what's happening next after me?
Yeah.
If you guys have time, okay. When I step down, I've groomed Denise to move in, and she's taken all required training, both federal, state, and county, and she just got her BBSM credentials through the federal government, and so she's a logical choice. However, Page County has on the law books that it has to be a veteran. So I'll come in around maybe July meeting, get on the agenda, and request that that's adjusted to where she can also be just a civilian. In our world, we call those administrators. I'm a director because I'm a veteran. We have a lot of administrators in Iowa, but she has the knowledge and credentials and the drive. So I think that's a logical step for us. I know law requires that we still go out and interview. But she's going to be a very strong candidate.
So what do you mean the county has on their law books?
It's a little before you, Judy. The person that was before me was not a veteran. So they changed the law to say that whoever came in after him had to be a veteran to have the position.
Okay, it's not,
And
it's not a
that's-
law, it would just be
It's the county.
it would just be a
law.
county recommendation.
That's
County-
correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
did that to eliminate the person in that position before.
gotcha,
One of the reasons.
okay.
yeah. So,
On so this increase is not, it's based on just hours, dollars per hour. It's not.
that is correct.
How
It's
many
not a
dollars?
salary increase. It's just to acknowledge that I am there 60 hours, a pay period.
At that. price
And I
per hour, that's not
wavered
the
that
increase.
this year, Jacob. If you look, I did sign that this year when I knew it when I did it. And I'm gonna work it anyway, so
Right.
love what I do, but it should be pointed out because you're gonna be going into a new realm and have a new person. But I feel really confident about not leaving this high and dry. We have a tremendous commission board, and she's the person to take it over. She's trained and ready to do it.
So the 60 hours on 2 weeks times your 25, about $26 an hour comes to 40,000. That you've written in here. That's right. That's right.
I believe so.
The wage will be 37,762. Her wage this year was 35. This current fiscal year, I think it got confused because I tweaked it and then I think you tweaked it on top of. So there was 2 raises that went in. So last year's wage was 35,127. So this year with, if it's left at the 7.5, it's 37,762. With Janet or Denise at the 1350 at 26 hours, that would be 18,323. And then that third salary line would be eliminated.
Got that all cleared up?
Well,
So what would Janet's be then,
37,762.
which you have?
Yeah.
And that's
But
based
that's
on
what
60 hours?
Yes.
Okay,
that's where we're having discrepancy here. This, and this is based on 60 hours. You're saying-
Whichever it figures out, Melissa's right. I just did what I knew. So whatever figure she gives you is correct.
No, on the 7.5% increase, we haven't got to all that to see how this goes, but that. We have to talk about that raise across all these different salaries, and then I don't know how that's even necessarily gonna work. So that's gonna change us again too, so you're at,
Well, this might be the time to take it off the salary and put it back to hourly if you're gonna have somebody else come in the middle of the year.
And we already have it, like, it's a salary, but it's based on 30 hours, so.
Right. But Right, but the salary I'm on right now was based on 26 hours a week, not 30.
that's what we're trying to figure out here. There's a
Right.
discrepancy here in hours,
Yeah,
so.
not if you're paying me $25.98 an hour. If you take that
I think we've
25,
been over this a couple times, but when this salary was set, we haven't noted in our salary spreadsheet that the salary set last year, the 35,000 is based on your 30 hours. It's not based on 40. If not, we would have given you an hourly wage.
it doesn't divide out that way. That's what I'm saying. On your worksheet, at $25.98 an hour, salary is $13.51. That's 52 hours of payroll period. That's what I'm contesting.
I feel like how you're trying to figure your salary is different than how we calculate salaries through the
So
audit.
how do you calculate it? It's black and white on the sheet. It says salary is $13.5103. You divide that by $25.98 an hour, and that's 52 hours. So how are you doing it then?
Are you meaning yours or,
I'm looking at mine. Yeah,
so yours?
I'm the only salaried employee.
So yours, a salary employee, so yours is set based on your 30 hours, which you've been contracted for since 2020.
Right,
So when that salary is set, like last year when it was set at, you got the increase. So say your salary was $10,000. And then if that increased the next year, say 2%, you got the 2% on that. And then that was
Exactly.
your that was still based on your 30 hours.
Understand.
So when that wage was initially set, it was based on your 30-hour work week. So then if you're gonna adjust this down to 26 hours, it was never based on a 26-hour work week.
But it is in my sheet in my hand that you gave me on the budget sheet. Under Janet Olson on the pay sheet that just came out, says regular is $25.98 and salary is $13.51. If you divide that hourly rate into that salary amount, that's 52 hours. That's what I'm questioning.
Why don't you step down and talk to Kim after this? But I think that,
Okay,
and
if you divide that into by the 60 hours, the salary is $22.52.
if we.
That's why I give you the worksheet there.
Currently this year, your salary is set at the 35,127.
Okay, and I signed that, I agree. But I'd like to have that looked at because I don't agree with it.
So basically then you're asking for more than a 7.5% increase. Because you don't agree with that wage. Is that, so it's different. It's not the seven.
Well, I'm not, I don't want any more. If I'm gonna be hired at 60 hours, I'd like to get my hourly rate at 60 hours, which I'm not.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is in 2020, when we set this, it was based on 30 hours. If you look, it says the board.
So
met with
I'm
Janet
still
Olson,
under,
Veterans Affairs, and went through the budget, allowing Olson to increase to 30 hours and Brian to increase to 26. So she's been at the 26, you've been at the 30.
okay, Melissa, I'm not seeing it. If you look at the pay sheet I got this week,
Yes.
payroll sheet, it says that my hourly rate's $25.98. Okay? And it says the salary is $13.51. If you divide that into that, that's 52 hours of payroll period. Maybe I'm just blockheaded, but that's the way it looks like to me. That's math. If you divide 60 hours into the 13.51, that's 22.52 an hour. And I really just wanted to point it out, and I'm not trying to change it. I'm not asking for an adjustment. I've already signed this year's when I knew it when I did it, but I'd like it addressed because I won't be here next year.
so,
But the next person probably won't be on salary either, so.
we need to see whether or not this is an hour adjustment to this, just being paid for hours that didn't get figured.
Well, I don't think it was picked up at 60 hours, the payroll period. I think it was picked up at 52.
Right, I see. So we need to,
But
Figure
again,
it out.
I signed that. And I knew it when I signed it, but it should be addressed.
we're talking about for starting in July, so next year, this
Yeah.
on,
Correct.
next round.
Right.
I was just trying to make sure you want the wage you set.
No, we're fine because I already signed it, Melissa. You can't adjust it this year. I signed that. I agreed to that. So what you're paying me now is what I agreed to. But if you look at the way it was computed, it's not accurate. That's what I'm trying to say. Look at the sheet that shows payroll period for this payroll. Have you got that with you?
Yes.
Okay, it should be the top sheet that I handed you.
Yes.
All right, and it says that my salary is 1351.03, right? If you divide that by the hourly rate, which is 25.98, it was paid on 52 hours for the payroll period, not 60. We can't change that this year. I signed it already. I knew that when I did it.
But we're talking about starting in July. This is next year's budget.
Yeah.
That's what we're,
I'd like it for the half a year.
yeah.
But again, we're gonna have to come back in January and make an amendment because you're losing an employee.
So we need to.
And then, of course, by our regulations, she'll be interviewing for an assistant. Denise will. So you know what's coming at you.
So we need to just figure out as far as this budget goes, whether this is an hourly adjustment. It's
So
not
I'm,
necessarily a raise, it's just paying for the hours that are
Yeah,
over there.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna work it anyway.
So,
I don't,
right.
you know, whatever you,
No.
if you just send it through as is, I'm still gonna work it.
But we,
And we're
now we
only
can,
talking the 6 months, so
right, we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Because if you're not being paid for those hours.
just
then that
wanted
is-
you to see it and then move on from there.
Yeah,
But we're really strongly requesting that increase for Denise. You know, we'll go through all of the legal process for employment.
yeah,
See, I knew it's why you put me first.
yeah. you got
Get it
fun
over
one.
with.
Fun. Well, we'll digest those numbers and, I mean, that's what we're looking at here. Is this an hourly adjustment? Paying for the hours that,
Does then the 15,000 that we get back, 15,600, since we're eliminating one position, but then you're saying then Denise would probably want, but that would be her backup, right? Next,
Yeah, Melissa can straighten that all out for you.
okay,
you're gonna
Yeah,
have two positions, not three,
Right.
even whenever Denise takes
that is correct.
okay.
Yeah,
the director. Or-
Dee has already quit the position and we do not plan to cover that position. Denise will need a second person in the office when I step down,
Right,
but that's her decision.
right. Okay.
Other than that, we're doing just fine.
I wanted to address one thing. We did a budget amendment last year and did an additional $10,000 for
That's
you.
not an additional 10,000. That's my allocation money that I get from the federal government. We get it every year. And this year we'll be getting 15,000 because they're mandating that we go to federal school and state school. So 3 times this coming year, we'll be gone for a week.
But
First
the
one.
$10,000 is already in your revenues.
The 10,000's allocation does not come from the county.
No, I know
Okay,
that.
okay.
The
And we,
10,000 is in your revenues. So we should not be doing a budget amendment because it's already in there.
we can't put the $10,000 in the budget until we receive the check.
But it's in the revenues. It's in your revenues.
It shouldn't be. It's separate from the budget completely. It has nothing to do with the county.
It comes into the county.
It does not. It comes into my office. We spend it the way we want to spend it. We do not have to request permission to spend it. Okay,
What I'm saying is, it's in here in your budget, it's in here in your revenues as a budgeted $10,000. Is this right, Melissa?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in here as a $10,000 coming in, and it has been coming in. So we should not give you another amendment for $10,000 because it's already in here.
did we ask for one?
Yeah, you asked for 10,000 last year in a budget amendment.
Well, we've done it the same way for the last
Yeah,
8
but it
years.
shouldn't be, so it won't be this year.
Okay,
It will just go by what's in the budget, right? Whatever
We've
is
done it
in
this
your
way
budget
for
is all
8
that you can
years.
spend.
Melissa, the $10,000 allocation money, we've come in with an amendment on it for the last 8 years.
I think you're putting it in,
It's in the revenues,
yeah, you have it in there in your budget.
so it shouldn't be amended for another 10,000.
Unless you're getting 20,000.
Yeah,
Well,
When
we've,
you're getting 20, then you want to.
do we have a request in at this time? I didn't know we did. We've already done it for this year.
that was last year. You did a
Right.
budget amendment,
Right. In July of this year, we'll get another 10,000.
but it's already in here as a budget, as part of the budget.
Okay.
So it should not be amended. So you need to watch your bottom line in your budget and not go over this, what your total budget is. Don't add another $10,000 to the bottom line,
No, we know that,
but you did.
but we're gonna get 5,000 more also. No, we didn't add more money on the budget. We didn't overspend. That 10,000 is mandated by a line item. And
What she's trying to say is like, next fiscal year, so after July,
Yeah.
when you receive that new allocation,
Yeah,
it's already in next year's budget that you're
Right.
receiving. That you're already putting in the revenues, you're already putting.
Oh.
in $10,000.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so
Right.
if they give us the 15,000,
Yep, then you'll want.
I have to do the 5.
Yeah,
That's what I was trying to get at. Okay,
got it.
we're saying the same thing but backwards. Okay, okay,
Okay,
Janet, can I speak to your salary?
yes.
I can't.
Oh,
Okay.
she scares me.
Okay,
she's
so,
good.
you are salary,
That's correct.
so you're not hourly. So we pay attention to what you turn in for your hours. We calculate it, make sure we agree and everything.
All right,
But you're salaried no matter what.
I know, I understand.
So, it's not, now Denise is typically, not necessarily always, nor is she mandated to. But she typically is working the 52 hours a pay period.
And more, yes,
Okay, and again, we just calculate what she turns in.
right.
That's what we're paying.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was on the pay sheet. If you look at, I've got a copy there and a copy in my hand. On the pay sheet, it says that my regular pay is $25.98. If you divide that into the salary amount, which over here is $13.51, that's 52 hours a week. That's my question.
Here, Kim.
It's the way that it's on the budget. I'm not questioning the amount, nor do I want to amend the amount.
Oh, she's dividing that into that.
So,
When you're salaried, the hourly rate really doesn't make any difference.
No, and we shouldn't have that in there.
Yeah,
yeah, it shouldn't be in there, because the
Yeah.
reason I wanted that fixed is because I'm stepping down and Denise will come up. If she asks for salary, this is really not accurate.
Okay,
If
I
you,
will take care of that.
that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
That is correct as of right now, based on your 30 hours.
Yes,
So-
I'm good.
Yeah.
No, I'm not questioning.
We'll
I
take that.
signed that. I signed that paper when you sent it around. I'm just saying, please address
Yeah.
that
We will.
because I am gonna be stepping down before the next budget.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that.
That's all.
Remember this is the hour.
She wants the hourly rate taken out and we can certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Thank
certainly
you.
do that. Yep, okay.
That'll see. Okay. All right, we all right? We
we're
good?
kind of saying the same thing, but we're not saying.
Yeah, I know. Questions, Ron?
No, I think we're good.
We have to have that addressed and they have to agree and vote on it, that she can be a non-veteran.
That'll have to come up in here.
That has to come up and be voted on in a regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good?
I think so.
Thank you.
Look through this, so. Are you,
There is mud.
yeah. Okay. You guys, thank you guys for coming over this morning.
Yep.
Be careful going
That's
home.
right.
Okay, send us.
I wasn't getting it, so, yeah. Whatever. I got it now.
Appreciate what you do.
Hey. Got it good in bed?
That's right.
See you there.
See you, Ron. Take care. Keep that snow away, will you?
Okay, I need to put this together. Okay, let me find the right one here.
Thanks, Janet. Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
You're gonna have a busy day, sounds like.
Yes.
36.
Yeah, Department 36 is mine.
Find it here, okay.
You're a max of 35 hours, is that right?
What
A
was
max-
it?
A max of 35
I
hours.
think it's 35, yeah, is
Yeah.
the max. Yep. Which does, it seems to be working well.
Okay, we'll get the, oh, it's finding yours.
Somewhere.
Lots of pages.
Yeah,
Basically, nothing changed except the wage, right?
Yeah, there really weren't any, and I'm not sure, I was gonna ask Melissa. I think it was, like, it came out like 7.8 was the figure. I don't know what. Or if it was supposed to be, if it was supposed to be 7.5 or.
It's 7.5, but we switched from a 2080 year to a 2088 year. So when
Yeah.
you are tick on us, when you're on an hourly, it's gonna be a little bit different. So
Okay, so that's the reason it's 7 point
Yep.
something 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and again, you guys like,
You're still getting the 7.5% raise, but it's based on our hours for the
Sure.
year, so.
and like
Okay.
Jacob said, you guys have got to work all that out, what you want to do, so
Yeah.
it'll probably change anyway. So no, there was really no changes. I mean, a lot of, again, my department is, it's driven by how many septics are installed, you know, how many new homes are built or how many homes change hands. Well closings, that's something that does fluctuate, but obviously there haven't been a lot in the last month.
Really,
Well, just with the weather.
weather.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of water testing, but.
Yeah.
But some places I can't even really get to, so kind of been holding off right now.
Yeah.
So no, otherwise, there's really no major changes. I'm the only employee, so there shouldn't be, there shouldn't be any confusion that way. So no, I don't have any issues or complaints, so I guess it's whatever you guys, unless you have questions.
Any questions on it?
No,
Nope.
Yeah. Well. You think it looks good to you?
pretty much.
Yeah, I'm fine. And again, that wage came out to that 7.8, so whatever, and I'm sure you guys will work on it, so. Anything will be appreciated, so.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you, Darren.
thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Thanks, Darren. Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What number is yours?
I believe it's a 4.
Four.
Nothing's really changed in mine. I've moved a few things around internally. Some of those things are just hard to predict from year to year, but otherwise, the only thing that increased was the personnel costs, salaries.
We have a figure, this is for the whole everybody, but this 7.5 across the board with IFRS and everything, how many dollars that is for the whole county? I had talked to a previous county supervisor, asked me that, how many dollars is gonna be total? For 7.5 with all the IFRS and all the stuff that goes with it, can we get that figure somehow?
Sure.
The total, just a rough ballpark, we'd see, cause that's, we need to, when we get to talking about that, how many dollars we're looking at there. So your changes are in salary, basically, just that.
That's it, yeah. Otherwise, it's the same dollar amount for everything else. Like I said, internally, I moved a few things around. Just year to year, it's hard to predict, like deposition costs. 2020, 2021, we were at 1,200. We more than doubled the next year. It just kind of depends on caseload coming in. My preference is not to do depositions. On certain cases, it exposes victims to things that, you know, it's tough enough to have them testify at a trial, and to have them do depots prior to that is not a good idea, I think. The federal system doesn't do depositions. I'd like to see the state change that so we don't. But it's a statutory right, so. We're trying to reduce office supply costs, those sort of things. So we're required to do discovery out to defendants, attorneys on all criminal cases. And we used to mail all that stuff out. Then we got to the point where we try and hand deliver it on motion days, usually in DVD form. We're using something called OneCloud now. That's not an additional cost for us. Staff in our office came up with this idea. So we're sending links out to defense attorneys. They can go up, grab stuff that way. So far, it's working okay. We're probably 2-3 weeks into using that. So at some point, we may not, as long as we have mostly computer literate defense attorneys, we should be okay. No guarantees there. Um, I think our phone costs went up a fair amount. I guess not really.
You only took it up 500.
Yeah.
You adjusted something else.
If I go back and look year to year, it looks like it goes up about $200 every year. But I think that's a rate issue, not necessarily a usage issue. That's really about it.
What's the, let's see, you've got one, the general basic fund, criminal prosecution, legal and CT related services, attorney fees, where you've only used 300. It looks like 300 used year to date. And then it was 7,500 budgeted, and then you drop that to 6,500.
Right.
What are those fees, attorney fees for?
It depends on if we have to have special prosecutors or we have unusual kinds of cases where we expend money on them in that sense. If you look back prior years, 2020, 2021, we spent 5,800.
Oh, I see.
We've gone down each year. We went down quite a bit in 2022, 23. Some of that, and I really don't have a good handle on if that was COVID related issues, because we did a lot of Zoom stuff back then. Our deposition costs plummeted during that period because nobody was showing up in person. And then this year, I really can't explain why we just have only spent 300 on that.
Okay,
So there may be, next year, may be able to cut that quite a bit.
yeah.
So on the hourly, on your salary, but what is with Jim and then what is your expected hours? Is there any expected hours for Jim or what's the
Jim's 35
35
hours a week. He's part-time.
So
30, sorry.
30 hours?
30 hours a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And this 111,354, is that all the others people
That's-
in the office?
Stephanie and Kim, yes.
Okay.
So Jim's at 30 hours and then does he get all the same benefits and go down through here, all the like full-time benefits?
He does not do insurance. He's retired military, so he has insurance elsewhere.
He would only qualify for health. because-
Health?
Well, he has to for ACA laws. If you work over 30 hours, it's required.
Oh. But he
As
has,
so we operate, he does not,
I see.
doesn't choose to,
So
we
he's,
have to offer to every employee that works over that 30 hours per calendar year.
30 hours. Okay, any questions on this?
that looks good. Did dental go down? Dental insurance go down?
Yeah, it's.
Okay, so did somebody go off dental?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Well. Any questions on this one? Okay, good then. Trying to process all this.
Thank you, board.
Okay, yeah.
Corey's next, I believe.
Yeah.
If you want me to see if he's available.
I texted him back.
Okay.
Thanks, Carl.
This is the one where you'll. And he's 94. Thank you. The back.
These are,
97, sorry.
Melissa, the sheets that you handed in the bind, or in the clip, that's from last year?
Yep, you can, I didn't know if you wanted those tossed
Okay.
or kept, so
Okay.
if you want them, toss, give them to me, we'll shred them,
Okay,
if they do have
okay, thank you.
information. One thing I did put together, as you see, you have that yellow sheet. This is salary, comparisons of, IT individuals within the state of Iowa. Corey didn't put this together, I did. I was just trying to show that, potentially based on Corey's current wage, we are following below kind of what other counties are doing. And so I just wanted you guys to be aware of that and take a look at that. Due to the fact that we, IT plays a pivotal part in our county, I just didn't want to potentially, see somebody make a decision to go somewhere else or do something based on salary. So I did just put this together so you guys could take a look at it and see that where we're at in the market.
We do spend for our website and all that, we spend quite a bit of money with solutions, handling some of our,
That has nothing to do with the day-to-day stuff.
but it's another technical thing. Talk to some of the other guys and they do those things, but I.
So Solutions handles, like is our software vendor, but then if there's an
Enter.
issue, since Clarice came on, we no longer have to have Solutions come out like we used to. And also to, when we did the annex and some other parts, Corey has been able to run cable for, I mean, like over at the annex, he ran all that cable and saved us thousands and thousands of dollars because of that. So
If we could ask Solutions what it is just to manage the county website, if he wanted to take that on, what that cost us to have that done.
I don't believe we're allowed to anymore. I think when Solutions made some of those changes, because we used to have an outside vendor, but I think several years ago, they became the host for it because of basically the threats. And so you really want that, we need them because of the threats and all of the, I'm bad at the terminology, but the
Oh, phishing,
malware and.
phishing attacks.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Corey's not in his office, but I did check in our office and talk to Steph about the question Todd had about that. Legal and court-related service attorney fees.
Yeah.
And I guess I'd forgotten about this, but it's a change that we had made. The sheriff's office used to charge us for having people served. They no longer do. So that's why I think our expenses have cut a lot. So I think we could probably cut $2,000 out of that.
Okay,
And I'd be fine doing that.
okay,
So
thank you.
I just wanted to readdress
Yeah,
that.
thanks for checking.
Yep. And I guess the other related thing to that is our juvenile caseload has gone down quite a bit. And I think that's a
Legal and
DHS
court.
related issue. So, but,
Okay, thanks.
yep, thank
I'm
you.
looking for it, just a second.
The number
Carl.
4250448. The last,
The attorney fees, is that what
0440.
you wanted to take out?
It's,
It's the one that was, I think,
Yeah, so take it down to, 4,500?
yes.
Okay, yeah, 65 to 45.
And I don't need that anywhere else. So.
Things have changed so much with the IT stuff. With all of the PCs. Everybody having two terminals, a lot of people having two of them on their desks and everything. There's so much to be done.
Well, and now our phone system wires through.
You know,
Right, yeah.
I have a question on, so Melissa, on this yellow sheet, there's only 70 counties listed, so do some counties don't have IT, maybe?
Some either don't, some
Or do they
might,
share, maybe?
they might share, or they might have a person that holds two different roles.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes and some counties just don't report, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
'Cause-
Yeah, because I was gonna say, if they share, it's probably gonna be a higher wage. You know, if you're sharing with two counties, you're probably getting
Right,
paid pretty good money. Um. I'm not
If
sure
you-
what
if you
Taylor
look at
County
the-
does. They don't have anything listed.
Fremont's at 64,000.
Yeah.
That's Arnold's part-time, Arnold,
no,
is
he's
Arnold,
full-time, but I think.
he's on his way out.
I think that if he or when he chooses to leave, that will
Yeah,
be hard to replace.
right, Arnold is really good. To put it in perspective, when I was here, I was the IT person. Kim and I did the IT. And it has grown so much now, there's absolutely no way that anybody that has any responsibility in another office can do that.
Well, and this.
Because you're dealing with every single office, except the sheriff's office. You're dealing with all their computers, you're dealing with all their purchases of computers and equipment. You're dealing with all the problems, you're dealing with all the cabling, you're dealing with everything. So,
And I think part of it was, I don't know why, but persons I've always tried to I've always felt Shelby's very similar size, so I always try to look kind of at where they're at, so. And
and they're at 85,000.
yeah. And then Montgomery's at 95,
I saw that.
so,
And Mills is at 99.
yeah. I always try to look more at surrounding counties, and sometimes counties I feel are more comparable to us in size, so.
I would really, I mean, and then we have him sitting in our meetings at night all the time. He's here for us all the time, which most other IT people are not. And so,
And whenever there's an issue, he's very good I mean, like yesterday when we lost internet, he was checking and doing things. I mean, at 5 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I got an update from him at 11. I think he said at 1 o'clock, he woke up and checked things again, so.
and when when we had the electrical issue, he was here all the time.
He came in
So-
that weekend and
Yeah,
rebooted and made sure by Monday morning we were not sitting there for hours waiting, so.
I used to do all of the backups of the whole total system. And he takes care of all of that. I would really like to see his wage go up.
And not that I'm saying he's leaving, I just want to make sure we're in the market so we
Right.
don't lose good, I mean, I feel like he's a very good employee, so.
I think he needs to
Well,
be
yeah.
rewarded just for being here
Just-
every Thursday night.
Well, he's getting over $100,000 a year package, so I mean, he is getting
But
paid.
you're looking at salary, Jacob.
Salary plus.
Salary.
benefits. So,
And I understand that too, but when you're looking at what his specific skill set is getting paid, especially in counties, I feel like we're a little bit below where other counties are at, so.
well,
You need to look at what the job is.
And I feel like since he's taken the job, it's grown significantly, and he's always
Yeah.
been more than willing to step up and, I mean, he's at the annex a lot, he's at the secondary roads department a lot, he's just.
well, and do you think we're gonna have to go over the wages for everybody at some point here, the 7.5%.
I'm just figuring something there.
When we can't, I don't see how the county can do that.
I think if we look at the bottom line, we're doing pretty good.
It's your turn.
You ready for Corey? Oh,
think
you didn't
other-
do that. Okay.
I think other than anything else in his department, I don't think he really had any other changes.
The solutions cost for the county right now is $107,000.
Yep, and that's for a lot of, I mean, Cory can talk about this, but that's a lot of our programming and our software itself we're paying for.
And that's,
And that's a set fee every
and
county.
that's for the web page and everything? Does that come out of that for?
Where's the webpage paid through? How's that paid?
The 107 is for the auditor, treasurer, recorder, engineer. Assessor.
It's under that 283. It's on this one down for the
Okay.
webpage.
That's for the website,
Yeah,
Which is,
14,000. Now, you said there isn't a way to do that, but like if there was gonna be an additional salary of any sort, I would like to, if we could bring it in-house, if that's possible. If it's not, it's not. If it is, it's not possible.
They have it set up for us. They took it away from us. We used to have an outside vendor. And several years ago, they took that away due to the threat that it provided. The county was, I mean, like,
they cover themselves that way because they know, they control it. They know what's how it's protected.
they're gonna have our software, I mean. That's why several years ago, we had to switch because they required it from basically a safety perspective on their. They just felt the risks were. I think
that when
Okay.
Max was doing it.
I think that was right, was that right before Max left? Yeah. This was right
Or Max left. Yeah.
I think after they'd evaluated, because that was when we got those, they came in and did the cybersecurity risk. They came in, evaluated each county, we got it, 75, we vote on every threat potential to our entity.
Why is it budget at 107,000? In the last 3 years, we've used about 70 to 75,000.
It just kind of depends. Sometimes we budget for, if one of the server, like if one of our servers crashes or something. We have to budget, like last year we budgeted, I think, for some printers, and then at the end of the year, they were still upgrading. So Corey and I talked, and the reality is that we don't spend the money, it just goes back in the general fund. So at the time, we thought maybe we could get another year. So sometimes you're gambling a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, he tries not to spend money unless we need it, but we always budget too, because we have computers on a, 3-year rotation.
We're 4 year now. We used to do 3 years, but it's more cost effective to gamble and go to.
But
least.
that would be the next line there, we're probably the hardware or what's.
It's 107,000. We have all of the programs with all of the offices that Solutions has written. And this is our maintenance fee for every year. And if they do upgrades or if we get new programs, then that would be paid out of this line.
It's averaging right at 69,000 over 3 years, and it's 107,000. The next line, is that for buying computers and stuff?
Yes,
That's hardware.
So that's if you need to buy some computers, what's around an average of 30-some thousand looks like, or
You also have to
75,000.
figure in, like, if a server dies tomorrow, server's gonna cost us.
yeah,
So we always budget in case there's one catastrophe.
it's a lot cheaper than it used to be. Used to be 100,000. Well,
I still.
Yeah. I know. Yeah,
Could that be budgeted at 50,000? Could that be budgeted at 50,000 instead of 75,000?
Well, that's one
Or-
server. We have multiple servers.
Okay,
So, I mean.
Well, but
You can't just say.
things could always be amended. So there's about
okay,
there's, I mean, we're a 3-year history here, it's quite a bit over,
And we haven't had
37,000.
We haven't had a server die. They've actually replaced them, and they need to be replaced. If they die, we're in.
So servers 50,000? Or, okay,
Depending on which one. We don't just have one.
right, no, yeah, okay.
One,
Corey and I talk, but he always tries to budget just in case we have one, because if we have a catastrophe, we have to immediately replace it. It's not like he can come in, and then as you can see, if he does need money, it's not like he's wasting it. He's just allowing it to go back to the general fund.
but yeah, you wanna be covered if anything happened tonight, the server could crash. I mean, you need.
The last
The weekend of,
issue we had with the transformer, we were worried. We stressed for a couple days that our software, or not our software, but our hardware was gonna have major
There's some
issues.
struggles with getting everything back up.
the weekend of, I mean, the money's not like we're putting in a bucket here, we'll get out and give it to somebody in 5 minutes. I mean, if your server crashes, we can pay for a server, amend budgets if we need to. I mean, we can come up with money. It just does seem to be for 3-year evidence kind of high.
Where are you gonna come up with the money, Jacob?
Huh?
Where are you gonna come up with the money
It'd be what's
if the server crashes?
from the general fund. Wouldn't we go
We
back to
have
that?
budgeted to be able to do it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's not like every year. I mean, as you can see, he's not wasting. So even if we're budgeting it, it's not like he's wasting it, he's allowing it to go back. He's not spending it.
But if we put all these dollars through and all these different budgets, then our ask is that much higher across all these
You're not
budgets.
Look,
any higher. Your general fund's at 3.5.
look where we are right now at the amount
only thing is
spent.
that go back to the fund balance.
We're 6 months into the year and look at those 2 line items. You're more than half on each of those line items.
So historically, the second half of the year must be whenever. and
But you don't
we must have
know.
Paid our bill, is what it is. We paid the solutions bill.
The second half of the year, usually we wait on where, unless we need stuff, we wait till closer to the end of the year to start purchasing things. Due to the fact that if there is a disaster, we wanna make sure we have that covered.
Okay, make a note, there is some, as we go through things, there is some leeway there though. Okay. Anything else on there? Budget?
The only place I see that.
Is there any other IT type stuff we do pay for anywhere? I don't know, other than the website.
Besides solutions in the website, no.
It'd be nice if we bring the website here. It's too bad we can't. I like having, we can talk to the person here, take care of it versus call somebody out and who knows. where.
And we used to be able to, and then several years ago, I think there was several counties that had major cybersecurity breaches, and after that, Solutions just came and said, the threat to your counties are too much, and actually, I just, from the standpoint of us going in with Solutions, then it's actually probably cheaper at this point now, because we're with a whole bunch of counties then that we kind of all split the fee of, I mean, cybersecurity in the last 3-5 years has just gone crazy, and our insurance, there's just a lot of stuff with our insurance too, that now they require us. I think we're moving to yeah. Yeah, so I mean, there's fees that. Yeah. But also too, when you look at counties and cities that have had a breach, I mean, they're down for days and pulling backups and losing a lot of sometimes information and work, so.
Okay. Say.
No, we require. Cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Good.
We've
Even
had a
what
lot, we've had a lot of things lately on our own emails.
do we know what
All right,
our
we're,
population ranking was, like, say, 5 years ago?
It's about the same.
Has it been pretty
50.
steady, right around 49?
yeah,
Yep,
Okay.
it's been that way for a long time.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
Any questions?
any other things you see, Corey, coming down the pike?
And Corey, you don't really have a backup person, right? We don't really, so. Like, when you're out, it falls on us to try to get everything set up, right? So,
Very good about if something happens on a night or weekend. and
Right, yep.
He's amazing about coming in and making sure,
okay,
that
yeah,
if there's an issue, he fixes it and we can work. There's a lot of times things happen even at night that nobody
Right.
else knows about and he just comes in and fixes, so.
yep.
Okay, what about our internet situation? Whatever came with all that, with all the speeds and everything, is everything cooperating in that world now since? So we're still with,
Made a policy change, we upgraded our plan. So, and then once we did that, and then with the COVID funding, we also used some of that for the new.
cable, yeah.
And so I think with doing both of those significantly helped.
No issue, no. I don't, we'll get to that eventually, but our cost for internet right now, I don't, in the budget here, there was, I can't remember, it's been a year or two ago, we were talking about this a bunch. Has the fiber, I mean, it's not very far from the courthouse right now. I don't know if there's anything to investigate there by saving any money that route. Right, you can pick your speed, but is it cheaper is what I'm saying than where we are? I just was curious, because we were talking about this, I remember a year or two ago a lot, trying to figure out our costs.
We priced it.
So everything's fine, same cost. Okay,
Cost as of right now does not outweigh what we're gonna get, unfortunately.
okay, and the internet is paid out of which budget? That's paid out of, is that out of 99 or where's that at? The courthouse internet, is that out of this budget? Where's our internet bill? Is that tied to the phone?
Yes. So departments are paying a portion of that
It's broke up.
with our.
Well. I don't know what else to go through on that. We're gonna have to come, like I said, on all these salaries, we're gonna have to, it affects everybody in the whole place. We're gonna have to figure something out on that. Not just one budget, it's all the budgets. So. Other than that, I don't know, we might. That's all I see here.
Thank you, Corey.
I know what your favorite thing to do is do budgets, Corey. I know it's your favorite. That's your favorite thing, isn't it? That's it's fairly boring. Okay. Well, if we're done with that one right now, looking over it. Then we have public health next. If we're good, you ready for that? Judy, you ready for that? All good?
I'm ready.
Okay, Todd. All right, well, ready then, I guess. We'll move on to public health. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Corey.
You need me to stand up here and sit, where do you want me?
Well, if you stand up there, maybe we hear you better.
Do you need to sit down?
No, I can, it's just,
I was just gonna say.
I don't know how you guys do it. Do you want me to go through the whole thing? Do you want to have questions on it?
I have questions on salaries.
Okay,
Yeah, let me, find it.
23.
A lot
Fine.
of questions.
23. There it is, okay.
Hang on just a second.
22, 23, okay.
Starting with the second line, is that Candace?
yes.
Okay, and what are you proposing for her?
I wasn't aware of the 7% to figure, so I just did $1 annual raise.
So we need to take it back to at least 7.5.
I must have missed that, Melissa, sorry.
Yeah,
Well, I wasn't sure, and so I always never wanna, I just left them as a matter.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
and
That'd be the same for Carmen.
I don't.
it looks like a 2.83% for her.
Well,
It's number 20.
I was going off of what they had written down, so I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I was all sorts of,
Figured at
yes,
the
well,
seven.
I
and
can,
What
figure-
all,
yeah,
seven and a half?
What standard?
yeah. I can
Okay.
go do that back at the office after this.
I can fix it and send it to you and you
Okay,
can make
that's,
sure.
yeah, whatever's easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about we do that and then you just double check?
Okay.
And then if you see anything, you let me know.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And on the second page where we've got part-time people. I know last year we budgeted 2 part-time people at 7 hours per week, and I don't think you're using them at all.
No, so Della did help out this week because Jara's on vacation.
Okay.
But hasn't done anything for a long time in the last 6 months.
Okay,
So she actually is gonna be out this next fiscal year, and in that temporary part-time wages is Jara as the nurse.
Jara's
she's-
in there.
She's in there. And then I had proposed to our Board of Health to hire a part-time up to 20 hours a week, like an office secretary clerk, just to help around in the office so that Jara can focus more on the nursing and population health activities,
Okay.
versus more of the office stuff.
because they're not doing any vaccinations now.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So what's Jara going to do?
So she does all the immunization audits for all of the schools and childcare facilities in the county. She also does private immunizations if someone calls and needs a Hep B or a Tdap. We do have the capability of ordering that and she can administer those and people private pay for them, just the cost of the vaccine and the charge for Jara. But we aren't a VFC, if that's probably what you're thinking, a VFC provider anymore. And that's been 3 or 4 years maybe.
But you're not doing the COVID shots anymore either.
No,
Okay.
the state changed the
They
way that
fixed
all
that.
happens. Yep, so we're considered a bridge access provider. And so we only can provide vaccine to the people, adults who are underinsured or have no health insurance.
Okay.
Instead of just being able to do everybody. If anybody wants one there, we're encouraging them to go to their physician or the pharmacy.
Okay, and how many hours is Jara supposed to be working?
She's 28 hours a week.
28 hours a week. Okay. And what's Candace?
She's 40.
She's 40, okay.
That freezer that had quit and everything else over the last few years, what's the story on that thing? Is it just,
We have a freezer,
They
an
get a new one?
immunization freezer.
yeah. Didn't you get we got a new one.
We're
didn't
talking
we?
about the,
The
For
new one.
COVID,
it's just sitting there.
it's not being used. Okay.
well, if there's no thought to ever use that again, could we sell that thing? I mean, that,
I'd have to check because it was used with grant dollars and I know sometimes,
can. Could we transfer it to some other thing that would be
yeah,
approvable, or we could
Mhm.
use for something else?
yeah.
Cause it was expensive, that thing was.
Or 103, that's. Is that?
What's the description on it?
That's Carm.
Yeah.
Community disease and prevention.
Will you read it again?
That's where she was last. It's the first line, the second page, it's the third line down. That's where she was last year.
Yep, that's Carmen.
So then if you're that third line, 2 lines down from that 56,000 OEO, who's in there?
That would be Jara. And then the part-time.
And her time, you said you figured out that.
I figured it at $17 an hour at 20 hours a week.
And that's for a secretarial type.
Yes.
Okay.
And just to help, if I, what the weather was the last couple weeks, I wasn't able to get down, that I can cross-train this person and have them do deposits. I'm able to do claims and payroll from Montgomery County. But obviously deposits, checks get mailed here, so I'm not typically able to deposit them from there. So I would be able to cross-train somebody to get all the secretarial stuff done.
So is there gonna be a part-time nurse in there also?
Jara.
So those
I mean,
two
just Jared.
combined, those are combined.
Yeah, those,
56.
yeah, that's all
that's-
combined, yeah.
Okay,
But last year
Gotcha.
it was Della and
Vicky.
Vicky.
Mhm.
So neither one of them now.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yep, when I got down here, Della kind of stepped back and she's doing some
Right,
other things.
okay.
okay.
Something else.
And I don't know, the
Oh.
health administration salary,
Mhm.
where the main salary would have come out for the administrator. We just put $25,000 in there to cover the hours I worked, and I kind of averaged the hours I had worked from July to December and was averaging like 12 to 1,300 a month, sometimes more, like if it was budget, and sometimes it was less. So we just did 25,000 to cover.
But we've spent 62,000.
This year.
No, excuse me, never mind. Never mind.
I'm just saying, I
Never
don't
mind,
think
that's what's
so.
budgeted. Sorry, sorry.
Like, I don't think anything.
No, sorry.
Someone else is getting paid out of there then.
Oh, okay.
Which line is that you're talking about?
The very last one. Under health administration,
Oh, I
on page
see.
3.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, all my salaries when I do it in Montgomery County are in one line item, so it's interesting to have to go through each one, and but it's okay, it's a good learning thing.
So overall, where does it come out with the whole budget here? Let's see.
I think it's down.
Well, down, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to adjust to 7.5. Well, but some of them will come down.
That health supply and equipment, where the 4,000 is, we haven't used anything out of that. Right? For last year, we didn't use anything. Or
Yeah, and I
we-
just kind of left those,
Okay,
because I honestly didn't know what,
I don't know what comes out of that, I guess.
it would be like your, gloves, Band-Aids, you'd buy masks.
2 years ago, we only spent 1892, it looks like.
Yeah, so it can be adjusted.
Okay,
This is all kind of a learning.
yeah,
Right, and that's where it says that actually says vaccines, so if we're not doing vaccines. then-
yeah, maybe it doesn't need to be that high.
Yeah,
Yep,
Well, and for the vaccines, though, that's where we'd pay out, like, if I have to buy a Hep B
yeah.
Hep B
Oh.
vaccine. And we are buying it, for Della to use at the nursing home, and then they reimburse Page County
Okay.
for it, so. So that is kind of you may use way more one year, and one year you might not have anybody that comes in and wants a shot, and might not use it at all. It's kind of hard to budget that.
Right,
That would be your private flu. We do buy some private flu, and Jared does go out to some businesses and they private pay for that. So that's where that would come out of, or should.
and who did you say employee G was, or that, oh, that's insurance contributor,
what's that?
113. General basic.
That's insurance.
That's insurance,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And, yeah, I don't know. Okay, mileage. We haven't spent a lot of mileage lately,
Under which one?
under the communicable disease, right there on the, page 3. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 line down, 5th line down. I'm not sure what.
Oh, yeah.
Would that be Jera going out or,
Yep, that would be Jera.
okay,
And it should have been Carmen. And somehow the funds got messed up on the claims and I just caught it.
okay,
So hers were coming out of Candace's and tobacco.
okay.
So I've got
So you
that
now need
switched
to-
now. So hopefully going forward, it will start
That would be
reflecting on.
Jera and Carmen then,
Yes.
okay. Okay,
And we did up the tobacco office supply, because Candace has started a new program for elementary school and is driving and going and doing a lot more. And so we increased that to cover those costs.
sounds like they're being receptive to that when I go to my interagency meeting.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
nice to know that they're allowing them in the schools,
Yeah.
so that's good. One question.
And I left the opioid stuff alone.
Yeah, that's one I was gonna ask about.
I didn't know what to do with that, so I just left it.
And I don't know either, except we've got the opioid money and we're not doing anything with it. There's
Yeah.
like 113,000.
So I met with, we had a region meeting yesterday for
Uh-huh.
public health administrators, and I was talking to Crystal Drake in Taylor County. And I have some ideas from her on what they're doing
Okay.
to not step on Zion's toes with their funding. Because we're finding a lot of what Zion already has and it has incorporated is what this opioid funding can be used for, and we don't want to double do or double
Right.
dip, so. We're getting creative.
And Zion has gotten a lot of the pins, the,
Is there restrictions on how you use that opioid money?
yeah,
Is
Yeah.
that-
yeah,
Okay,
Mhm.
definite restrictions.
yeah, I didn't know if
Yeah,
there's, you can only go
but
to,
I wanna say EpiPens, but they're not EpiPens, whatever.
The Narcan.
The Narcan,
Yeah.
yes, the Narcan,
And Jared
Yeah.
did just go through a training to be able to purchase Narcan.
okay.
I don't know if she mentioned that at
No.
the interagency.
She wasn't, no, she didn't.
So, yeah, so
No.
we are moving forward with her being trained to do Narcan,
Okay.
to be able to purchase that for entities and do training.
Okay,
So that's something that we'll start here doing
okay.
this spring.
So we could use some of that money for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I wonder if that should be out of the opioid money. Let's see. Not sure how we do that, whether we just give that to you or what.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to take money out of that opioid money, add to it. I
Yeah.
just left it as is. Montgomery
Okay.
County, we give all of our money to Zion, so I don't deal with any of this.
And that would be really nice if we
Public
could give it, let somebody else deal with it. Okay. And I don't know about, this one line item with the neonatal and the opioid, I'm not sure what that would,
I don't know if that would.
or the pregnant women, either one.
Yeah, training
Sure.
pregnant women, I don't,
Yeah, okay,
well, because you got pregnant and postpartum,
right.
so that would be. If you've got someone in the NICU and. I don't know, education, I have no idea.
If we could get some ideas
But
as you just
all of-
discussed
all
with
of
Taylor
this-
County. Yeah.
all of these line items though could be funded out of the opioid money?
I would think
You
so,
would-
yeah.
I would think,
Yeah.
okay.
But whether we just give that to them to do, or I think we spend it out of the opioid money. Might be that we could just, well, I don't know, we'd have to look at that,
Okay.
yeah.
And I'm open for suggestions, whatever.
Do we have an, I'm trying to think, Melissa, do we have an opioid? Is that a non-departmental?
No.
Is it its own?
What's the balance of that? I was just looking at these balances. What's the
What the
opioid
opioid, we have
balance
$113,000 in there.
that we could address, throw it in one of these or give it to them?
Of what? Of the here, okay, of the public health budget, okay. Okay. That's what I wondered, if it was in another budget or if it was just theirs. So, okay,
Yeah, I don't know why
Gotcha.
we have just a little bit, but that, it was in there from this fiscal year.
Yeah.
So I just left
Yeah.
it for this next fiscal year.
that sounds good. I think it's such an unknown thing at this point. How many Narcan things can you buy? You know, I mean,
Yeah,
when I hear Zion, because Zion comes to that meeting too, and so they're all talking about it, you know,
and a
the
lot
other
of,
entities, and it's just like, how many can you use?
yeah, I met with two people from Zion, and they're running into the same problem where their funding they already get crosses with this, and you can't double dip
Right,
and use both for the same programming, so they're trying to get creative with it also.
yeah, because I asked one day about it too, so it's like, okay, whatever. Okay,
Nope.
no, I think probably just update the salaries on that. Don't you think? I don't think there's anything else. I think you have a job in trying to figure out all this. When yours is different in Montgomery County.
It looks the same, just the format's a little different.
Just a few more line items and
Yes.
such, yeah. Yeah. Uh,
What increase did they do in Montgomery County? What did the board agree to?
5%.
5%.
in, Melissa, the,
Yeah, elected officials, they're all, some are getting 12,000, someone's getting 20,000.
Yeah, they went by dollar amount.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Caused a little
Who all-
ruffle with everybody
nicer,
else.
just even across the board, maybe.
Well, percents on the little people are nothing. Don't amount to much. The big
Yeah.
people making the big salaries, the electeds and the percents do a lot for them, so.
Yeah, and it was the supervisors were each getting, I think, 2,000, and then the chair gets an amount. It was the sheriff, the attorney, the auditor, treasurer, and recorder, I believe, were
So
the,
the com board's elected, and then who else has to be affected by that? Like the deputies. So who is the deputies? How many deputies do we have? You have one or two? I don't know. Go through each office.
It differs depending on each office. And if by code section, it changes too based on what the code allows for deputies.
It's a percentage of the,
So it is based, like for Lyle, he gets, his chief deputy falls under him by code.
right,
All the other deputies fall under the board of supervisors.
okay.
And then it's based on population, so like the auditor, recorder, sheriff, and treasurer get a different amount of deputies too, based on the services they provide. So,
And basically, what the deputies are here in the courthouse have been the same for years.
So there's how
It
many?
takes that many to run.
I'm just saying, we're only bound to this even percentage thing on certain people. That's who are the certain people? That's what I'm asking.
I can see that from the county standpoint,
In the past, the county has always honored the same for both, but there's a lot of
that's what we've
counties-
always done, and this was the
And
first year.
I think there's a lot of counties now that are choosing to handle electeds, and there's specific staff one way and others another.
But so there's two sets here. We
Yes.
have to evenly do the percents by
Yes.
certain
And then
people.
the ones the board of supervisors specifically control, the board can set those differently if they so choose. That is correct.
But whatever, we also do control the percent on everybody. Just has to be even across the board with electeds and their deputies. That,
You have
We
to
could
reduce
cut
by the same
same
percentage
percentage.
across the board.
right, with
For-
certain people.
For
Auditor,
Your
treasurer, recorder,
compensation
sheriff,
part, so
county
your
attorney.
elected officials, yes.
And then their deputies though will for sure run with them no matter what. Or
No,
They
not
don't have to.
necessarily. But that is not your decision, that is my, like, if.
That's the office.
For example, for my department, I still do employee evaluations. And then wages are based
So
on.
those could
events.
fluctuate inside your department.
Yep, so
Okay.
I could go
Yep.
up to the
If
percentage.
there's
but I
money in the
don't have
budget.
to.
If there's money in the budget to spend. As far as,
The-
but you gotta get
The
it from somewhere,
the elected officials set the deputy's percentage.
right, out of their budget
Yes,
That is
They
not a
have to have
board
dollars.
decision.
to do it, so, okay, so the chief, so you're saying even the chief deputy then isn't,
the chief deputy, yes,
It-
is under the sheriff. By
right,
code. So he gets a percentage on, like, the sheriff
is a percentage of it,
is allowed to set that wage.
right?
Now, the others, the board of supervisors,
But the actual
Yeah,
evenly, what we have to cut evenly or whatever, is only the actual elected. There isn't, the deputies is not,
The actual electeds,
so we
yes.
just would have your office.
Whatever the comp board recommended, you have to accept
That's
or
Equally.
reduce equally.
With,
The
Okay.
supervisors are the only ones that don't fall under that now.
Okay, so then it's,
Yes. Yes, which is really nice
the sheriff,
because it used to really screw things up.
attorney,
all
auditor,
right, yeah, I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Attorney,
Recorder,
auditor, recorder,
treasurer.
treasurer, and sheriff.
all right, so those are the.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Who is?
Clear.
Does Candace have insurance?
So then all these other things, we can go department by department or just percentage all the people who aren't elected. If we want.
Well, yeah. Do you want to finish up the health services
Yeah.
here before
Yes,
we,
let's do that.
before we start jumping?
Before
Yeah.
we keep Sam forever.
Yeah, Sam's like probably got other
Yeah.
stuff too.
All right, any other questions on?
No, yeah.
I think you did great for,
Yeah.
for having
so
a
it
different,
looks-
yes.
Well, at doing this part-time, that has lowered the budget. Overall, lowered the budget for public health.
And going forward, you know, the state is talking about
Everything's gonna have to
regionalizing
change though.
public health. They came out with this huge report.
And we still have.
Got it in my, yeah, we still have not heard what they're gonna do. So going forward, we're hoping to potentially maybe look at sharing more with Montgomery County and sharing more with Page County to lower costs for both counties as far as services provide, so.
Nice. That wasn't part of the
Do
government.
you feel like it's,
Time, was
and you
it?
feel like it's worked out pretty well?
I think so. Mhm.
Okay.
We're very similar in services offered,
Yeah.
so I think it has worked well.
Sounds good. So with the changes in the wages and evening them out, that's about the only thing that's gonna change with the wages and the benefits.
Yeah, and
Okay.
with her going to a straight 25,
So are you gonna be advertising then for,
did you see that? She goes to a straight 25,000. Which is less.
276? You redo it, yeah. Okay, check it out, yeah.
So there's extra money in the budget now, that we could start hiring somebody in the next month or two and start getting them trained. So then come July with the new fiscal year, we can just take off running with everything.
Sounds good.
Okay, well,
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
thank
thank
you.
you. Thanks for coming. I don't know. I'll take a little break, a little bathroom break. I don't know why it's going crazy.
Oh, okay.
So
that
maybe
will-
we got public health, then before we do conservation, so I take a little break here. We'll take a little bathroom break. And we'll take a little 5-minute recess here.
Okay.
And yeah, or, yeah. People out of that, basically. Yeah. Which is right. Yeah, it's something. You gotta think. Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah, right. He's actually straight. This year. You can put that in. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I do. Oh. No, the lower home. It was all right. And yeah, you know, like, exactly. Yeah. How you guys? Not too bad. Another beautiful morning. Another beautiful morning. Another beautiful morning, yeah. It was foggy when I went home on their meeting. Foggy when you guys went. It's still the same, yeah, it's still the same temperature. Yeah. Yeah.
Estimate means that.
Oh, I can, yeah,
It needs.
we go.
I wish you'd find some more. Yeah.
Yeah, I went around, I went to, like, all the guys here in town, the project, I'm fighting here.
Yeah, because we don't want to go up,
Oh,
so, yeah. Yeah,
yeah, I'll call Eric today. Tell him he's a safe bid, so.
yeah. It needs to, so it doesn't increase.
Far.
I will take it down for the.
That's 104,361. Contribution? I'll tell you what. Never mind. I didn't do so well on paper. I tried to do the paper punch, the whole punch.
I
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys what happened on the way home from Des Moines.
What happened?
So I'm driving on Interstate 80 just past Stewart,
Yeah.
and this gal comes by me in an SUV, and I was doing like 50. It was snowing and blowing.
Right, yeah.
And she comes by me, and then she starts going in front of me. And I start slowing down, and she loses it completely, goes in the ditch and rolls like 3
Oh, my
times.
gosh.
And so I stopped and I turned, I had my blue light because I
Yeah.
wanted to. So I called 911, and then I got out and went down through the snow
Uh-huh.
to try to get to her. And the snow was like waist deep, and I was like just in my dress jacket.
Oh, my gosh.
And got down to her, and luckily she had her seatbelt on. And, but the whole entire car was full of snow, like just encased her in snow because it picked up my lips.
Yeah.
And so I got her out, and she couldn't find her phone, and so I called her mom. She wanted me to call her mom. And I talked to her mom, and her mom was like hysterical, and she goes, I need to come home. I said, no, I think she's okay. I said, she's cut up a little bit but from the broken glass, but I said, she's gonna be fine. She had her seatbelt on at least. And she wanted to come out. I said, don't come out here, the roads are really bad. And I said, I've already called the state patrol, because I didn't know where I was, so they had to ping my phone to know. And so then the state patrol showed up. And I called for the ambulance because I thought she probably needed to be checked out. Well, then he was kind of a jerk, the state patrol guy, and he's a young kid. And he was like, are you the dad? And I'm like, no. I said, no, I just, and what was crazy is nobody else stopped. Like nobody, they just kept going and nobody paid attention. I was like, and anyway, so we put her in the patrol car.
Yeah.
And then, the ambulance showed up and he was like, oh, she don't need the ambulance. And so he just waited.
The state patrol.
Yeah, state patrol. And I was like, well, she rolled. She didn't just. drive
Yeah.
in. I mean, I could see if she just drove in the ditch. and
Yeah.
stuff, But she rolled and, he was like, oh, if she needs to go, I'll drive her. Whatever. And I don't know if he just didn't want emergency vehicles out there on the interstate,
Yeah.
as slick as it was. I mean, it could have been, but then he's like, he took down my information. He said, well, you can go now. I was like, so I left, and then the mom was texting me, and calling me, and I said, well, she's with the state patrol. I said, she'll be back. And she goes, well, I want your address because I want to send you some money and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I don't want your money. I said, I'm glad she's okay. I'm glad she's in. And I told her, I said, well, I'm on the fire department. Now she's in her 20s.
Yeah.
And so then her mom texted me that night and said that she was home and she was doing good and everything. And she's like, I just want you to know I love you so much. You're my favorite person. Blah, blah. She goes, she's from Casey, Iowa. And she's like, yeah, and the girl works in Dubuque. And so she was on her way home. So she was the youngest of 5.
Oh, wow.
And she listed everything that her kids do. And she goes, if you need anything from any of these kids, just let me know. And
You got a friend
and
in
she goes,
Casey.
and by the way, I'm an A positive if you need a kidney.
That pays to stop.
Well, I will.
But, and she goes, I'm gonna make a donation to your fire department. I was like, well, that'd be nice. I said that, yeah, so I don't, she was a super nice lady and, you know.
Well, we
I-
hated to leave because that gal was really good.
She
But
was really good.
I'm glad we left.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it was,
When we started, it was blowing across the road, and then the further we got, the worse it got. And I thought, okay, if we go south, I usually go down through Anita and that way, and so then it wasn't.
man, I was so scared on the interstate, I was white knuckling it. Every time somebody go by me, I'm just like, cause you could just feel your back end. Back end just sliding out.
Yeah.
Is that me or you? Come on, touch them. Is it that one?
Yeah, one year we came home from an ISAC meeting and, it was really bad and we should have stayed in Des Moines. But anyway, as we got down the road, this little Pontiac Fiero went past me, zoom. I mean, and the roads were snow covered and everything, and I was going like 35. It wasn't very far up
You fell.
on a bridge. They were turned around facing me with the lights on.
Mhm.
I mean, because it was night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, you're crazy, buddy.
Yep.
And
So,
they pass you and then they'd start doing this.
yeah, they'd done a 180 and yeah, or 90-degree, whatever. Anyway, it was crazy. Okay,
We all good and back. John's here.
John's here.
Conservation budget. We'll find that paper and we can go.
Where's that?
What number is conservation?
24,
24.
22, 22, excuse me.
22. Okay. Yeah.
Ready? Okay. I guess we'll just go through. We didn't change many line items on here. The first two are for mine and Charlie's salary. My board basically had voted to whatever the county decides for pay raise for across the board we would take. But it is budgeted to 7.5%. Charlie's is actually budgeted a little more, 7.92, because we realized the money we had budgeted wouldn't cover her current salary. We were off by a little bit. So that's why hers is 7.92.
So she's actually ahead of you as far as salary? Is that correct?
Yes, but she's also got 30, 34, 35 years in the position.
She's been here forever.
Yes, yes. The next line, our salaries for our seasonal employees, all of them except for Mike. These are the seasonals that we just hire for the camping season. That went down just a little bit, about $600. We just kind of streamlined the positions, not hiring really any extras. Then the fourth one down is Mike's salary. He's our permanent part-time that we keep on during the winter. We really looked at his hours and his did go up a little bit. I budgeted, I think $1 an hour pay raise for him. Then keep going down, FICA and IPERS that's all based off of the salary, so we didn't have much control over that. Both of those went up. The next page, we took about $50 off of our postage and mailing, just because we're doing a lot of things through email now. So overall for our administration, it was a 3.82% increase for that section that we were looking at. And maintenance and operations, we did not change much until it comes to our property insurance. We usually budget that it goes up 10%. Last year it went up significantly more, so we were actually behind starting this year. And then after talking to Pete, he told us to budget for about a 30% increase to our property insurance. So that's going up from last year we budgeted 6,300 and we're looking at budgeting 9,620. So it's a 3.1% increase on maintenance. That's all due to the property insurance. And then for the money for park improvements, we kept it the same. That section's 35,500. We just moved around the money based on the parks we're gonna do projects. That's about it. Everything else stayed the same. If you guys have any questions on them.
And we do have Becca Laughlin coming in this afternoon to talk about the Wabash Trace hooking into Rat Park.
Yep, I'll be here for, she told me about it. I'll be here for that too.
The Shenandoah just contributed or said they'd do 350,000, I think.
I know it's
50,000 for the next 7 years.
Yeah, it's a pretty expensive.
Yeah. Yep.
Project.
Yeah, so I talked to her last night.
Yeah. Okay.
And then our projected revenue stayed the same, except we did take $1,000 off of our revenue because the shooting range is closed now. So we don't have that income.
Is it closed permanently?
Until we come up with a way to safely run it and not having to have volunteers. For right now, my board said we're not gonna take any action on it.
Does law enforcement use it then?
Yes,
Okay, so it's closed to the public.
correct.
Okay.
Is any of those, cabin ideas and that, those different ways to have more revenue, has any of those been explored anymore?
Yeah, we're actually, the cabins they're in Nottaway and Pierce right now. I've got one at each. We're gonna finish that up, hopefully have them open for next year. But we haven't, we can't even think of the projected revenue on that, so.
Is there one at each?
There's one at Nottaway and one at Pierce for right now. We're just gonna see how they do. And then also in the budget, why we've got so much money dedicated to Pioneer and behind our office. We're gonna start the initial construction of a Riverside campground behind the office, so that'll be a few more spots. Then we're gonna expand Pioneer 3 more spots, so that's about the only way we're gonna look at increasing revenues. We're gonna have to increase the size of our campgrounds. So hopefully, here in the next couple of years, we'll be able to say we'll bring in more revenue.
Does Ross Park have any camping?
No, it's primitive camping, but there's no,
No
there's
slot,
no,
yeah, okay.
yeah, there's no, charges or anything.
Okay.
Somebody said the other day that isn't very well taken care of at Ross. Or the road isn't.
The
into
road,
it.
we've spent a lot of money on that road. Just the way it's set up with the topography, every time we get a good rain, it washes different areas out. It's kind of a mess. Nottaway's probably got the worst roads out of.
Nottaway has terrible roads. I have not been up there for a while, but they have gone to.
Yeah, the cheapest bid we got to fix it, I think, was right around 270,000. And we just.
I mean, going up that hill, it just needs to be taken care of. Do people still, I mean, it's still pretty full in the summer.
Yeah.
Pulling their trailers
People
up there and.
Yeah, they deal with the good thing, I mean, once you get up the hill and actually where it's flat, the roads are good. It's just, the initial entrance is horrible to Nottaway.
It's not good advertising.
No.
So where is the cabin sitting at Nottaway?
Right now it's sitting in site 8. It's actually sitting in a campsite. Just because the cost of running electricity and stuff to a cabin where we were gonna initially put it was more than the price of the cabin. So what we're doing right now is at least initially put it in the camping spot. We'll just have a pigtail on it so it hooks up just like a camper. And then hopefully if we have, REIT money or get money in our reserves to do it, then we'll end up putting it again.
Okay.
Then we do REAP too.
Yeah, we kept, the REAP, the estimated for the 9,000 again. I know this year we usually just ask for access to 11,000 of it. But this year or this coming budget, we're asking for access for 30,000 of it. Just so with some of these big projects we have, we don't have to go through okay, here's the amendment process in May to get in it.
Good idea. That's 40.
And there is money there, right? I mean,
There is.
It sounds like that it's just getting to it.
Yeah, and the good thing with REAP is, if we budgeted, that we can access the 30. If we only use 15, we don't lose that other 15. It just stays in REAPs.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think in our reserves, we're right around 30,000 also. So we've got money to do some projects, which is helpful because then we can keep the budget a little lower.
Yep.
So what are you doing behind the building? River access?
We're gonna have to move the current river access because we found out the current one actually cuts across private property.
Oh,
Yeah, everyone was under the impression that we owned the whole area behind our office going to the river. We only own about half of it. So we're gonna have to move the river access over, and then we're gonna have about 4 campsites back there. Behind the office, so.
Who owns the other part?
Because there's like 7 people on there. I know
Okay.
Mick Andrews is on there. I don't remember
Okay.
who else was on there.
Okay, well, we got, talked about the REIT budget and the conservation budget. Any other questions on that?
Good. All right.
Thanks, John.
Good,
Thanks.
thank you, John. Right on time.
You ready?
Let's see, what number is
Let
that?
me find.
5,
What number did you say?
5.
5.
The last budget. The last budget,
Pardon me?
the last budget.
The last budget, yes. Why don't you just do something and approve it? Let's get off. It's cut, it's recut. If you want to cut some more, that's your decision, but I'm not gonna agree to it.
Wendy,
I would actually like to, I'm joking, right? I would actually like to address one thing before we get started, and that's in some of the payroll. We just had a certified officer turn down a possibility of going in for the deputy salary. If you look at all your other elected officials that have departments under them, the auditor, the recorder, the treasurer, I don't know if that's mine or somebody else's, I apologize if it's my
I
mind.
don't know.
But the auditor, the recorder, the treasurer, they all have, the Iowa code sets what all their deputies are. And under the Iowa code, even though the sheriff's office is the biggest office in the county, including secondary roads, when you figure in dispatch, the Iowa code does not address that. I would like to see some sort of a percentage for the jailers, the dispatchers, and the deputies off of the sheriff's salary. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be the same as what the auditors or the recorders or the treasurers are set at. What that means is it's just a percentage that's set and agreed upon by the board and the sheriff, whoever the sheriff is at that time. I would like to see that. I think you would have a more even keel throughout your departments. I know that during the comp board, it wanted to be fair straight across. And I'm just trying to get back to that point where it's fair straight across, even though the Iowa code does not address that. I would like to see the Board of Supervisors do something, and I'm not saying that all of the departments need to be at a maximum of 80% of the sheriff's salary. What I'm saying is there should be a percentage if we decide to do this, where it's set at the department head would be set, whether it's jailers, dispatchers, or civil, whatever, would be set accordingly underneath the department head. And that could even be similar to where they are now, or where they can be, with step increases throughout tenure or years of service. I think if you want to keep good people in these positions so that things are running smoothly, I think you need to seriously take a look at that. That's my opinion after 34 years of doing law enforcement. That's what I come up with. If you want to be fair about it in the law enforcement communities, I think that that's the simplest way to do that. I'm not saying that everybody has to be set at, like I said, 80%. What I'm saying is find a percentage that's about where it is now for your department heads, and maybe work into that and try to increase that a little bit at a time, so that under the department head, just as they are in the auditor, recorder, and treasurer, and for that matter, the county attorney, I'm assuming Jim's salary, even though it's part-time, is set in accordance with Carl's salary. I would like to see that just for fairness throughout all of our elected officials' offices.
With that being said, though.
Excuse me,
Back
this
up
is my
that
department meeting.
The deputies' wages are set under the electeds, but clerks are not.
I know, do you have any clerks?
I do not, but there's other departments that
Okay.
do.
That was
So,
my question.
Then those fall, so I just want to
Okay,
be clear.
so are we ready to start a
Like,
budget?
Get every single one.
Yeah, we can go through it. So you're trying to tie everybody to the sheriff's salary, the way it works in the,
Pardon me, Jacob, I didn't.
tie everything to the sheriff's salary, all.
Yes. And not everything at a percentage, but that way it's similar to your other departments. And I'm not saying that everybody needs to be tied to the highest, you know, what the code would say that someone could be. What I'm saying is that way your increases throughout the department makes it a little more even, because I've got jailers that aren't real happy with where they're at. I've got dispatchers, and we had another one that is gonna resign. So we're back to that scratch.
Got one vacancy right now.
Pardon me, Judy. It either scratches or it doesn't go, does it?
I don't have one vacancy in a dispatcher now.
Yeah, we're gonna have two. And we have a deputy's position open. Right now, we're solid on jailers. Is that me?
I don't know.
I don't
where it's
think
coming from.
So,
Is that, I
No.
don't think it's me.
I think it's,
I'm plugged and connected. Okay,
Uh,
so you heard my 2 cents, my spiel. That's up to you guys to decide.
Where is?
I'm just trying to keep employees and keep good employees.
Where's your salary?
Your salary.
Where's my salary? Go to expenditures, go to the administration part, which would be on page.
it's clear at the back,
Just clear at the back, okay, I just,
page 11,
Okay, administrators.
at the bottom.
So for the next fiscal year, not calendar, fiscal. The sheriff's salary would be $102,850 if the board approves the 7.5% increase recommended by the compensation board. Currently, it is at 95,674. If you start looking at the numbers with population and that, I believe I'm ranked in the 70s. Where our population, if I'm not incorrect, was ranked at 49. And I believe our auditor, recorder, and treasurer all ranked right around that 50th, 49th, 48th percentile. Whereas the county attorney, if I'm not mistaken, is ranked in the 60th percentile.
The auditor and the treasurer and recorder are no longer in that ranking.
They're no longer in the 50th? Okay, thank you.
And actually, ISAC will tell you that there's, for the code, the compensation board, population ranking is not part of the decision of the compensation board.
Thank you for
Just
that
to be
information.
clear. I just don't want to put out false information.
So do we have,
You're at 102. 95, and then.
is there something I can help you guys
I'm
look up
just
or
looking there, so,
Jacob, I can't hear you.
sorry, so Charles runs at a percentage of yours,
90%.
90%.
So no, actually Charles runs at 85, or the chief deputy runs at 85% of the sheriff's salary. With it's supposed to be a 5% stipend for administrative duties. And that's been since way before I was sheriff.
Okay.
The 85 is tied to inflation, 5% is. Well, it is, but it's. A stipend, separate.
That's separate.
It's 5% of whatever the wage ends up being, or whatever.
5% of the.
Whatever it actually is, and we're all done, is 5% of that.
Basically, they take,
The sheriff is 85%.
Oh. That number's the number that the sheriff comes up with, 85%.
yeah, basically, the salary set at 85%, and then whatever 5% of that is a stipend.
So can we start at the beginning again?
Yeah, to start the beginning.
Okay, you point out what you want me to address.
so on this one, Lyle, you had under Charles and the stipend, you had it 7.5%. Is that what
For-
I'm looking at, right? Well, under his salary, so
Where
there's.
are we at here? We're about,
Sorry, on, page 2. No, it would get the same increase as his salary, not the 5% increase, just straight across 7.5. Is
Yeah,
that,
so
okay,
it's treated like a wage.
okay.
That's,
Oh, okay, yep, okay.
that's what was mentioned in the.
Yep.
Base wage based on mile. Other is not. If that makes sense. It could be the end of it.
So as the chief deputies, if Lyle comes, if we cut everything and just say half, does that mean the chief deputies goes down in half also? If whatever we do to the compensation board, is that directly will affect? That's a separate. Okay, the stipend. Okay. Okay.
So typically they could coincide together, but like when you were talking earlier, we do something different.
Not mine. I don't know whose.
I don't know what it
I
is.
turned mine off, so.
I'm shaking mine, so it's not mine.
Is this-
Where is Corey?
I have to adjust a little bit.
I think I'm not on, but that's okay. I'm on, but I'm.
I can step back and
I
use
don't-
an outside voice, if that helps.
I think these up here are picking up something.
Funny.
I don't know.
Maybe go. It was doing.
It was doing it.
Maybe go ask, you might wanna ask Corey to come in here for a minute.
It's still somebody's.
I turned mine off, so
Judy or
it's. You might be the winner.
It's
I
you.
don't know.
Me, but.
so is there anything in particular you want to point out besides, we were talking about the stipend on the chief deputy?
Well, what went up and down here? Let's see.
Okay, I have to, okay.
I got an idea.
Yeah, that's good.
Come closer.
That's what I appreciate. Yes.
Oh, I look. Okay, now I hopefully can hear everybody.
I think we needed to move it to make it more friendly. You have 8 reserves, right?
No, we just had one resign, so we are down to 7. At this point in time, Tom Holben resigned. There's a couple reasons. I won't go into those right now. Nothing serious or nothing he's done. He just, has some other, things that he wants to accomplish and,
7 deputies right now.
we are at 7.
One.
Chief Deputy, Lindsey Stevens, Josh Hafner, Jason Holmes, Aaron Riddle, Jace Randall, and Cody Powers. We have an opening for a full-time.
So you have 7 right now.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at my stuff from last year, you keep putting 52,000 with a starting range. It's actually 54,859.
Okay,
Because that's what I had done from last year.
54.
859.
Hang on a second, let me find where we're at here.
That's right.
Yeah.
No,
That's what I thought. Because we got the auditor, we got the numbers from the auditors on.
Cody Powers.
Huh?
Was he started, I mean, his was 54,859.
yeah,
Cody Powers.
Cody's? So Cody didn't work a full year. Part of that could have come off of, who he replaced.
yeah, but that was what was budgeted last year, so yeah. Okay.
I'll take more, whatever we can get.
Well, okay. Okay, so the 4th line down is the open one, and then
Yes.
the 5th
2, 3,
line,
4.
we just, use it.
Melissa and I've talked about trying to get that one off of there. And it's something
Can't
with,
take them off.
what was it, history? Is that?
You can't take.
Yeah, the history, so that if somebody calls or something, we still have that history, so we can't, We can't just swap names in on different
I
things.
can't delete wage information or switch people because their history is tied to them.
She,
So if I
she in
switch
depth
it,
explained that to me, so now I
it's
understand.
gonna make, like, if I switch Charles and you, it would,
Yes, the
like-
history will go away.
Yeah.
Yes, because we asked that on our rural basic because we were keep tying our rural basic to a deputy's number. And as they would move up, then that would change. So now we're gonna tie the deputy's name to that rural basic. So I think we have right now, if I'm not mistaken, we have our open position,
So Jason is actually under role base.
Jason Holmes, which I think, yep, no. Let me think, 4, 7, and 8 were tied to the rural basic, which was our open position.
Right now, it's
Josh Hafner, or,
Jason and Lindsay that are under role.
okay,
All right. But that's,
okay,
yeah, those are the ones that are.
we'll keep those that way. Okay, so do we have any questions on page 1? That's all right, I'm trying to stay within my hour,
Hey.
and there's a lot of pages to go through.
We're using the reserves a lot.
Yes, we do. We use the reserves a lot. We use them to fill in shifts for vacation, especially being one short. Because, we have come to a point, I don't know if it was so much last year, but the year before where people couldn't use their vacation and they were having to eat it. And that's the last thing in this profession I want somebody to do is eat their vacation. They need to take those days off, even if they don't want the day off and they're gonna lose it, we assign it. That's become my unwritten policy is I'm not gonna let you keep losing days off. You need to get away from this profession for a little while. I don't care if you go rake the yard for a day. Just do something that gets you out of that uniform for a
Did
day.
you leave, like a family policy in there for a new person?
Pardon me?
Did you leave a family policy in there, another family policy in there for a new person? A new hire? Okay.
Yes, I think we had the family for dental and I don't know if we included vision, but yeah, the insurance was definitely in there for a family. We always try to budget for that. Yeah, if you can see where, looking back even to 21 on the reserve wages, since you brought that one up, 17,000 in 21, 12,000 in 2022, 21, 22, 22, 23, 18,000 was budgeted. We've used 12,000, so we were under on that one. We were pretty close to full staff for a little while. And then we budgeted 18,138 again, and so far this year, we've used 11,444. Transports, a lot of times, our mental health transports, if we can get those scheduled, sometimes we're short during the morning, we're a little long at night, but you get your hospital that's had one overnight and they want to get rid of them. So do you say, sorry, can't do it, you're just gonna have to keep on to it, and we get court orders to do that. It gets kind of to try to keep relations up because currently Clarendon Hospital charges us 50% of the bill instead of 100% of the bill, and Shenandoah charges us 100% if I'm not mistaken. So we try to work with the hospitals to alleviate them and get their rooms opened up when we can. As well as going to pick up inmates from other counties that were picked up on a warrant somewhere.
Where does it show the starting wage? Who would be our most,
Cody Powers would be our least,
I mean, he's the newest.
but he was hired in. Was he hired in July? Okay,
Well, it looks like like where Scott's was, they have that listed as that would be a replacement, right?
yes and no, because we can't, as Melissa had explained here and then to me earlier, we can't just put them into that line item because it loses the history,
Okay.
like their pay history or anything.
Yeah. That's-
It's like, over here.
So yeah, 54,859 is what it says here,
And this is.
but that's not the number that we got from,
52,825 is a start.
for the last time.
The numbers are, the Cody Powers is at 54,859 for 23-24. This says 52,8. I don't. Did it change halfway through the year or something, or? Did he get the 3.85 or something, or?
The only thing I can think of is once he graduated the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
Yeah, what was, we're just trying to figure out, because you said
I am too.
the 52,000 to the 54,000, what's the reason for that?
Cody
It's on
Powers.
Cody Powers.
Looks like, we're looking at 1,105,439 on page 2, about
Yeah.
4 down.
4 down, yeah. It just is a little different.
That's what we're currently in for this year.
So he didn't start till July. You would have had a budget for the 54,859 last year, because that was a 3.85% increase. But he must have started lower.
I think he started at 52, because that's what we were told starting wage was.
But yet it was budgeted for 54. 59.
I'll take the 54. I'll.
But how many years?
Was it July or June? Or August? April. Okay.
April of last
52
year.
was the starting wage, and then he received the 3.85%.
So that's where we're at the 54,859 then.
Okay, that's 3.85, okay. Now, everybody else there, just, maybe this is written on another paper here, I don't know. How many years has like Jace and Aaron, all them been there? As we go up the list, like, how is that on here? Is that?
That's not on there. And now you're gonna ask me to remember.
It doesn't have to be perfect, I'm just trying to, I know that Jace hasn't been there a long time. That's not been.
Jace hasn't been in there, he's been in there just less than Cody. He's probably on year 3, maybe 4. 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
With us. Aaron would be about the same. Jason Holmes would have about another year, so he's probably in 5 or 6.
Okay.
And then Josh was hired in, he and Andrew Cameron were hired at the same time, 16 maybe? Yes, they were hired
7, 8 years.
16 first of 17. 2010. 9?
9.
If you look at this sheet I gave you guys,
Does it say that?
I don't
Have that on there?
Todd,
Yeah.
this sheet,
This one.
you have that one?
Oh, yeah.
2006.
Does it have that on there?
It doesn't, but this actually is gonna show you, the starting wage for the deputies. And then that's gonna compare it out across Fremont, Mills, Taylor, Ringgold, Union, Montgomery, Adams, City of Clarinda, City of Cheyenne. So when you look at this, you can see that as Lyle has pointed out, our starting wage is a little bit less than some other counties. So I think that's where he's coming up with his issues.
Yeah.
And then this after probation that's a increase then once they get past.
ILEA graduation usually.
But you will see on this too, that some counties pay differently if they're a certified versus a non-certified. So,
So those counties are increasing. That would be an hourly wage that they figure on, whether it's 2088 or whatever.
will you give this to him? I don't, I only have one more.
And that's their increase for, yes, you have a probationary period.
Is that, oh, this is,
That's no,
oh, so we don't really have that. do
no.
we?
Thank you.
So some counties do a certified wage and a non-certified wage. So when we ran this in our office, we always try to do salary comparisons and then,
Yeah.
so no different than when we looked at other departments. From the salary comparison standpoint, I would say that this initial starting wage is on the lower side. And to remain competitive in the market, we probably need to see an adjustment. I mean, I think you could potentially still leave the non-certified at that 25, because you're paying for them to be certified, but like a certified officer, I feel like if you moved it more into that 2780 range.
Yeah.
You'd be much more reliable in market and it would significantly probably help his hiring.
Yeah.
Cause right now, I think he can attest for this, he's getting.
And looking across, some of this, now that I have it in front of me here, the issue that I see a lot of places having are, they're gonna go to where it's higher. Then you also throw in, a lot of counties are throwing in a hiring bonus that's spread out over 4 years. And I think the reason they're using 4 years is because most of the contracts written, if they're a non-certified officer, or you stay with us for 4 years, or after the completion of year 1, 2, 3, you will have to pay back a percentage, 75 or 100% through year 1 until 1 is completed after graduation. And then 75% between 1 and 2, 50% between 2 and 3, and 25%. In other words, so what we always did was just go through with what the county pays for the academy. Now the academy is allowing the county to add into their contracts, wages, fuel, any related costs while they are at the academy. So in other words, if we would go to the 16-week academy Monday, 16 weeks from now, everything that is under their line item, whether it's gas, vehicle maintenance, insurance, tire repair, anything can be added into that contract so that it raises it up. So if you're looking at a $30,000 payment back that's effectively due immediately, you're probably going to try to stay in your job. Now, that doesn't always stop people, because some people have looked at that and thought, I'm going to do what I want to. And that's where our problem lies in. And that's where, like I said, yes, you can have, and I know that the board is trying to change some of their committees and stuff, but when you get employees and you get good employees, it's something you want to keep. I think everybody, every elected official, I think every office, no matter whether it's conservation, whether it's secondary roads, whatever it is that's even not under an elected official, will tell you the same thing. We're trying to keep good employees. Yeah, if you've got an employee that's having some issues or whatever, I think, and I'll be the first one to admit, we have a line. You cross that line, you're done. There is no coming back. I'm not afraid to tell someone you're terminated or bring them in and write them up. And under the Iowa code, we have that, the ADF of the Iowa code, which is the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, which spells out why we can or can't suspend, discipline, or terminate. And I'm not afraid to go after that. I think that this profession is something that we need to stay upon. And when you call someone, you want the honest opinion from a law enforcement officer. You may not get it from someone else, but you definitely don't want to be lied to by a law enforcement officer. And that's the way I've stood.
So the person that you wanted to hire that turned you down,
Mhm.
if you go for another job.
No, he came from a higher paid job, and he went to an EMS position where he works 24 hours a day and makes pretty much the same money. Same exact money as what he would start at here, working 6 days a week. A month, 6 days a month. 6 24-hour shifts a month.
But you're not gonna compete with that from the standpoint of base wages. I mean, unfortunately, the county's not gonna compete with that.
No, it's gonna be tough because there's no way. I can ask a deputy to pull a 24-hour shift, and I don't know how some of these EMS people, they're asking them to pull 24-hour shifts. I don't think that, you gotta sleep sometime. I'm sorry. If you're gonna stay where your mind is functioning properly with saving life, taking life, whatever your job is in that, and it's no different than anything else. I don't see that that's feasible. That's why we stayed with the 8.5s.
Essex seemed to have pretty good, applications for their job and they hired somebody I read.
That person applied for us, and we interviewed him, and we did not offer him a job.
Did not offer him a job. So what,
That's all we're gonna say on that,
so
Jake.
you can't get people to apply for,
Essex has a little less money is what they're offering on that.
you said nobody wants to apply for jobs, so you are having people apply.
We have a few people apply. Some of them haven't been able to pass the test. Some of, which is a simple, if you, and I'm gonna say it, and we may not get happy about it, but if you graduate from high school, or at least when I graduated back in the dinosaur age, about 1988, there shouldn't be any problem with you passing a post test, a peace officer standard testing. It's not that hard. It's grammar. It's a little bit of arithmetic, and it's common sense. And if you can't pass that, I think you need to go back and get off your phone and get back to the regular books. I'll say it. It doesn't matter anymore. You've got it that, and then there are some ethical things that we have coming. We have people that, we had one the last time that there was no way he would be able to carry a gun because of a criminal record, correct? But he applied and he went through some of the testing.
So if you do hire somebody and then they go to the academy, let's say they wash out of the academy.
Okay?
Do you keep them on, or is that it? I mean,
You have the option at that point, depending what they wash out for. If it's grades or something, then the academy, and even some of the minor discipline, the academy will give. If the academy says that they can come back and test again, then it's up to the department whether they want to terminate right there or whether they want to, and it depends a lot on the things. I've seen departments across the state do both. It just depends on the situation and what the reason for them being kicked out of the academy at that point is. The academy isn't that hard. If you actually go up there, pay attention, do what they're telling you, and make sure that you're in decent physical shape, you will pass the academy. They want you to be good police officers, so they're gonna help you do whatever. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of night classes up there on top of their full days. They're putting them through, they equate it to 4 years of college in 16 weeks. There's a lot of cramming going on, but they want you to understand so that when you come out here, you have a general knowledge. And we're finding that a lot of times, if you put someone out here first for several months before they go to the academy, it absorbs better. They understand better. It's not like hiring, and I'm just gonna use Melissa as an example because she's standing here. If we would hire Melissa today and send her Monday to the academy, she wouldn't have the adaptability. Now, Melissa's very intelligent, we all know that, but she wouldn't have the adaptability to absorb what they're throwing at her for search and seizure, for writing search warrants, for the criminal law, for all that.
Now, under ours, the minimum hours worked.
It's still under.
Yeah, but then that
So
was.
when are our deputies working 40 hours a week, or are they working less than that?
So in a 28-day schedule, we're trying to get them to 160 hours. Some of them have less, some of them are over. And that's something that we reiterated on there. When you rotate, or when you pull a 24-hour department, trying to get days off, so your days off aren't set the same,
Right.
like our prison is, you're gonna have heavy and lows, and we try to work that out with
Even
them.
now.
We try to even it out.
What is the part-time starting,
Part-time,
part-time guys, what do they start at? The reserves, I mean.
I think there are 14 or 15 something now, except for we have 2 reserves that are current county employees, full-time.
Right.
So then
Is there any way to?
their hourly wage gets cut.
Cause they're not getting benefits or anything, they're just working by the hour, the reserves.
The reserves, yeah, they pull no
Something,
benefits.
they are very reasonable to the county, extremely reasonable.
The only thing we will do is add them to the Iowa State Sheriffs and Deputies Association membership, which we are able to this next year. because it has life insurance policies and different benefits that they get for
They can get-
$25.
Well, that's good. Well, I
35,
think we talked about this last year, but is if needing help for hours.
trying to increase
that
that.
is
We have,
Increase that, because that doesn't cost the county hardly anything.
we have been.
And we can bring in some good people to do part-time to help.
That's almost every one of them. We have one that's retired and one that
You
has
might,
kind of a
you
flex
might,
job.
you might find some self-employed people that would jump in a little more.
We do.
If it was worth.
If you had a little more, and I get what you're saying, and
Cause that's not a big expense to the county to add dollars per hour to that. It's not
That's-
really that expensive.
that's why you'll see
Compared to
our,
adding full-time deputies, a bunch more of them, that would be very expensive.
let me pull that one up here. If you pull, yeah, I get when you're adding benefits, yeah, that's where your prices come
So
up.
they could, maybe a self-employed person would give some hours to that. If they would pay. It's like hauling mail part-time or whatever, you go out and make a little side job.
Yes,
If it's worth doing,
yes.
at $14 an hour, it's like, why am I gonna go fool with this?
You can't use them as a full-time though. The academy has rules to that.
How many hours?
Yep,
they
you
can
have
do?
so many hours, plus you have to have a full-time out with them or supervising them. while they're
Always
working.
with them, or what, they never can?
They don't have to be in the vehicle with them, but they
At
have to
least
be
on the
on
shift?
duty. They have to be on duty in the county,
I'm not-
on the reserves.
Okay. that's
Yes,
fine.
on the reserves. And
Can they do?
they make how much? I don't think that's correct. I'll argue that one. Transport, they might make more. But the last we knew, they were around $13 to $15 an hour.
So does that go, these reserves, they've been here lots of years.
That's a transport price. That's not where we have transport set. If you figure out their hours worked, if they come in and work a shift,
That's reserved,
huh?
that's reserved.
Yes, I'm not agreeing to that one.
So. Well, you know how you're gonna do this. You guys know how this works, so I don't. So if it's only $14 to $15 an hour. That is something that, if somebody's been there longer, they surely get more, don't they? So they've been reserved for 10 years, don't they get to go up?
On a reserve?
Yeah, or
No.
is it just a flat rate, no
Flat
matter
rate.
how long you've been there?
Flat rate except for Jen and Troy Sands because they're full-time employees, so they're every time they work a shift, they get less because they consider it overtime, so
So are they at a higher rate?
they're less.
So it sounds like this needs some adjusting. I
It
think
does.
this needs adjusting. This is something that is a
But
problem.
one of you said
Do you use your reserves for transfers?
See what she has now?
But they get more money.
Yes, a transport is
Reserve can be-
supposed to be $20 an hour for a transport.
The reserve can be.
Yep, they can drive across the
Well, I
state.
wonder why reserve, if they start for the county at $15 an hour, whatever the price is, if they've been here every year, why they wouldn't get.
They
They're
don't,
loyal to be here year on year, why that wouldn't go up some.
they don't.
Just be under the code, you only had to pay them $1 a year.
Hey,
No, that's right. And there is part of their bylaws say that they have to put in so many hours every quarter.
Pay them $1 a year.
It's true.
Would that make sense for our deputies to be a minimum of 80?
So you want,
They're not working.
sometimes they're not working 80. Some of them are over. It depends with the rotation of the days off.
Yep.
Trying to get a specific 80 in there, you're not gonna be able to stay on an 8.5 hour shift, even if you go to a 10. You're gonna be harder there.
And their shifts are 12 hours.
They're 8.5. If you go to 10, anything after 10, and studies have shown that you start to lose that mental edge, you get tired. If you're pulling 12 hours, if you're out there on the street and this and that, I'm not for 12-hour shifts. Our dispatchers do work 12s, and they were working 12s before the sheriff, which was me at that time, took over dispatch to be able to comply with our NCIC certification. The issue that I have with the 12-hour shift is
Next year's rate, right now they're 18. July first, they go to 19.
so they're 18.03 an hour for every hour they work.
Yes, this year. Now next year, if they say it's 7.5, they'll go to the 19. They don't not get a raise. We give people a raise.
They would get a raise every time we would get one.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but the thing is, that's
They,
shocking news to me, because I didn't think we were at that much. I thought they were still around 13 to 14.
you one that's been here for 8 years.
It's same.
They're gonna make more because they've been here for 8 years, so they've gotten 8 years of raises. Then if you hire a new one today,
What is that, how would that be if it's always a flat rate?
It's a flat rate. I don't know where you're getting more.
if they're transporting, that's a set $20.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
So but that's more than what they're getting.
Yes, yes. So that's what I'm trying to say is you're telling me that there's not seniority, what's the word I'm looking for here? Compensation,
There's a merit increase.
yeah, for being here longer for
It's not
reserve.
like a,
This is the first time I've heard of
like
this
for
in 60
starting
years.
reserve wage and then your other people.
So what you're saying is if we have a reserve that's been here since, huh?
Troy would not.
But
He
he's-
would be-
You gotta throw Troy and Jen out of the opinion because they're full-time county.
Rudy has been, Rudy,
Rudy Brownfield,
How long has he been?
quite a while.
2010, 9, somewhere in there.
What does Rudy make?
Lindsay, was Rudy here when you started? I think it was shortly after, so probably in 10, I'm gonna say. Cause I didn't know that this is all news to me, that they've got a longevity increase.
Well, we're only on page 2, we need to.
Huh?
I guess I don't know. Like,
If Rudy's been here 15 years, is he making more than somebody that comes today? First day on the job as a reserve? Are they
Not that
making
we're
the
aware of.
exact same thing? That's the question I have.
no, because he's taking those step increases, but when they start, they're starting at that age, sorry.
At the step increase, they're starting where everybody else is. Yes. Okay, there we go.
So it's.
Now, that makes sense. Yep, I have,
Start a new one higher.
No,
no,
but there's no, I mean, yes, they.
there's
go
no
up as
incentive,
it
there's no
goes up, but
longevity
there's
for a
no-
part-time employee.
Like, the deputies have been,
There's no longevity.
I
But
there's
think-
a starting wage and then I've been here.
years started years ago at $15 an hour, he's still getting that percentage
That
increase.
increase.
He's not held.
Oh, yeah, over the years he has, but if I hire
A brand new guy.
a new guy, he still starts at the same wage as the ones that have been there.
15 years.
No. I think we were working around different wording and now.
I don't know.
But she is correct, 1803 is what we have for a base salary for reserve.
But
$20
No
transport.
benefits, no nothing. That is where if we need hours, that versus hiring.
We try to
more,
put them in to fill in.
Versus having to hire more deputies, if we can have reserves that are good to help on these shifts, you have to have one.
The issue that we have is
That is the same.
we have one that regularly will take a day shift if we have an opening there where we need a transport or something done. Where the hospital calls says, hey, I got this guy, we gotta get him to Council Bluffs, so we get a court order where we have to do that. We have another one that is hit or miss on days, he tries. I think he works from home and he has children, so if they're not in school, he has a hard time finding,
Right.
because his wife works. That's pretty much our day shift people. Evenings, all of them work during the day. We have, let me run through this. One of them's, his own business owner. One of them works, a day shift. Another one works a day shift. What am I forgetting here? Another one works a day shift. And usually they're a Monday through Friday day shift. The other issue is one of them during the winter time, sometimes we have to be careful where we put them because he may be out running a road grader instead of driving a patrol truck. And it's whatever's best for the county at that point, I think.
Well,
I
on
think we're all
hiring
good for that.
reserves, is the hourly wage, I mean,
Oh, the hourly wage, and then we have to
is it
outfit,
gonna, well,
they have to go through, the modules, which we have 18 months to complete. Six modules? Six modules?
Yes.
Yes. So they have 18 months to complete that, and then we have to go through, and if we don't have more than one going through it, it's kind of a waste of a training day, or we're paying a full-time to train them and get them. Because we have Josh Haffner currently does our reserves. So trying to get, and he works a morning shift, so sometimes he has a little bit more time when he comes in for reserve training.
well, that's something that could be messed with. That's 2,000 hours in a year, basically 2,060.
You know, Jacob, that kind of changes from deal to deal because a couple years ago, we were told that was too high. Not from you, but from another supervisor that we needed to cut that back. We didn't need to spend that much.
Well, there, that's the only cost is that hourly rate.
No.
What we pay for full-time people is
No, I get that.
super expensive, so if you can add
But you
in
gotta
good guys to
remember-
help fill in the schedule, you don't have to add.
You still have to have a full-time out with them on the out, and then they're not gonna be the ones that are gonna be doing all the investigations or anything like that, and that's
So do you
something.
need
We still
reserve
are
hours
short
or
one.
not?
What?
Do you need reserve hours right now or not?
We need those, yeah.
Or you need
I think we've
more?
got it budgeted. Right now, we're sitting fairly decent. I mean, looking over the years, and a lot of it depends on where we're at with it. We've been using them quite a little bit to try to fill in and make sure we're covered. Especially with the storms coming in, we'd like to always have another person helping people out of the ditches or making sure we don't have someone stuck in a ditch that's been there for days when it's below zero.
If we're, with all these deputies that are full-time, how many, if they would work over your month schedule, try to get them close to
hundred and
80,
sixty hours,
close to their 80 or whatever.
28-day schedule.
But
which
get your averaged out as close as you can. How many hour holes do you have? Do you have a lot of holes to fill?
Yeah,
So
It
that's what you need to
depends.
reserve.
it depends on whether people are taking days off.
You gotta fill vacation and all that.
Yep, because we've got, and I don't have that information right in front of me on where people are at on their comp time and vacation, but I know I've got quite a stack of requests for time off coming up before the 1st of June.
But all of the line that Judy was talking about a minute ago was 18,000 and you brought up was for our all reserve costs. Was that right? Or is that the right line? Where's our reserve salaries?
Yep. Looks like on page
$18,000 is what the county spends in a whole year on all the reserves wages.
We haven't ever spent over 18 since 2020.
And just one part of one piece of one deputy's benefits will blow that away. I mean, so. this
I
is-
understand what you're saying.
I like, if this helps you somehow,
We've tried to do that.
try to go this.
And we
route if
use
you
them.
can. Cause that is not on this budget, that is the. And if a reserve deputy's been there for 15 years, they ought to have something. For
Oh,
that.
yeah, we have, when they do their job, they're.
No, I'm saying they should,
Oh, a little,
more than the guy that don't know. anything that
Longevity?
just steps into the thing,
Yeah,
day
more
one.
incentive for the people to stay longer.
Yeah, some sort of a, way to do that, like there's a
I'm all for
starting
that, if
wage
you
and
wanna
then
put it
there's,
in
you can go up, so starting wage stays the same, but if you stay 5 years, you get a little more for that, so. Cause this is not, so for all those reserves, how many reserves do you say you have?
we have seven.
7 and 18,000 and 7, or not, 7 different people.
And it's not spread evenly, but yes, I see
Right,
what you're
it's
saying,
not.
because some of them, want to help out with different things, and sometimes they're, especially if you're self-employed, you never know how late you're gonna be working or what you're gonna be doing, or
Right.
to a point, but they try to help out. One of them's a teacher up at the middle school, or up at the high school here. I mean, they're all trying to help out, and we like the group we have. And there's a certain process you have to go to become a reserve.
I'm just trying to understand that, so.
do this later?
Are we ready to move on to the next
Moving
page?
on.
No changes until page 6.
Page 6, everybody agree with that?
Why did Cody Powers go from 400 for his uniform to 1,600?
Bulletproof vest. He brought his own, and that's one thing it was about at the end of its 5-year shelf life. And that's something that I try to get in. If you see that large increase, like on the reserves, I think you would have seen that on their wearing apparel and uniform. On some years, if you look past, you'll see that because it's time for one of them to get one. They have to buy their first one. And basically that's a buy-in. You're saying, I will be there. I'm agreeing to that. So they buy their first one 5 years later. I think the county should be buying their vest for them so that they don't run out in the event, unfortunately, if it does happen.
Okay, radio and related equipment.
Where are we at? Page 6.
That are
Let me get to that point, Judy. So if you look, radio and related equipment, rule does not have one. That's all for vehicles. The upfit for vehicles have gone up. Vehicles have gone up. Unfortunately, let me find where we're at for vehicles.
110,000.
Where,
884.
That's page there.
Page 7.
Okay, let me switch page then.
How many is that?
2. Now, with that being said, are there any other departments before July 1? We still have 2 vehicles coming this year. In this fiscal year, are there any other departments that I need to be talking to for a vehicle?
No, we share. Sure.
Where they would get one of our used vehicles instead of trading it in?
What are they gonna give you on trade?
Not a lot this year. I already checked that out.
On
They're
two pickups
talking
or what?
like 10,000 a piece at the most, 10 to 15.
Is there something wrong with those pickups?
Pardon me?
Is there
No,
something
we got-
wrong with them?
Huh?
What's your opinion of the pickup? Is it?
Well, last year we had another dealership that gave us a lot more. I talked to him and he is not interested in doing that again.
How many miles are on them?
It depends. They could be 125 to 160, I think. Now, with that being said, every dealer rep that shows up at our conferences says every mile you put on a patrol vehicle, whether it's police, law enforcement, anything, it's like putting 2.5 miles on a regular vehicle.
So you're 55,000 a pickup. That's not taking any trade. That's just to buy one outright.
Well, that's buying one outright, right, trying to upfit it.
You get it outfitted out or whatever. So
Sometimes that radio and related equipment doesn't quite cover what we have in there.
So if we get to the bottom of the uniform patrol, you're down.
20.2% from last year. I don't know where that went. I don't like going down on a budget.
So now we go to jail.
Can you sell those vehicles off?
you could.
You
sell
could, yes, you can. If you want to, we can take sealed bids or have a live auction. Fremont County, I know chooses to have a live auction.
Yeah.
If that's something you want to do, that's fine. If you want to pass them down to another,
Money out of them, if nobody needs them.
they do. If nobody needs them, if that's something you choose to do, and then you have to make an amendment to put that money back in or however you want to do it on that.
Can you look and see any local people that have sold at Fremont or sold something similar? Kind of see just get an idea.
If they
I
have a
would
little
guess,
more
what
or
do you
lower.
think?
Yeah, I'll talk to.
Just get
I
a
think
guess.
Kevin is the only one. I'll talk to Josh up in Mills and John up in Montgomery. I'll talk to Alan over and
Just see if
Adam
I think it's
and
worth it.
Josh and see
Auction them all.
what they think the best option is. Maybe it's something that if all of us got together and had it once a year,
Have a bunch of them to draw in a lot more
you
people.
draw more people.
Just see if they got something they want to auction on.
Well, I think like I said, the new jail, having that impound yard and things like that.
The impound yards, yeah, you will see a lot of difference if that happens.
Yeah.
I won't be here then, but if the impound yard happens, you will have that. And then you have to be careful where it was, because if it's a drug seizure or something like that, then you have to use it certain ways. Then it has to be something that the then sheriff will keep track of real close. Where are we going to next? Judy, you said jailers.
It's down 0.2, so I said, okay, for right now.
Yeah, I would leave the 110 there for now.
Yeah. Yes, but then we go.
Is that 2 new Dodge pickups? Is that what that is?
That's the cheapest 4-wheel drive I can get.
Do you still go through the state?
Yep. Stu Hansen Dodge has the state bid at this point, and they're, 80,000 wasn't gonna cover the cost of a vehicle. 90,000 would have come close, but it's not even in the figure. What are we looking at?
Pretty standard.
That all comes off the 7.5%. The overtime for jailers is a little bit up. If you look back, we're not as bad as we were in 2020 or 2021, 22 and 2021. Where we're at 22, 23. We had $28,000 in overtime and holiday pay for jailers.
Thing about wages too is, you budget for it, but if you don't use it, it's not like you can spend it. It's a wage.
That's one of those things. I mean, we budgeted for 10,000 for this current year. What was that?
I said you kind of have to look at your wage line a little bit.
Yeah, they're a tough thing when you're, and they're pulling 12-hour shifts.
And this overtime and stuff is basically
Overtime and holidays, covering shifts.
because you don't have, are you sure?
We're full, but when you have a holiday, it comes out of there also. So if they decide to take pay for their holiday, that also comes out of there. And then if they have, cover a shift for a day off. Like we've had 2 off, one with a medical and the other one, well, both with medical actually. And then you're adding in.
Yeah.
Anything else on that page? Page 8?
So your jailer wages.
I should have brought that sheet.
What was the number they're at? I'm trying to think what it is. It's basically, we just adjusted all that.
Yeah, we just went up with some of that. And it's going up again, looking around. The issue that we have right now is if you look at some of our surrounding counties, with the exception of Mills, they're all jailer dispatchers, so they have dual certifications. I would rather not see that.
Think that Tony's stipend.
Tony gets I think he said it comes down to like $20 a month is what his paycheck shows for IT. And that, the way IT is going right now, Tony's pretty good at what he does, but it's getting even more technical. And I don't even know if Corey could understand some of the server issues we have with our programs. I know in the past, we've asked him about it and he really wasn't hip on looking into it. It's kind of like, what's the county's operating system they use? Not Securus, Solutions. They use Still Call Solutions for problems to your answers though.
That's not our operating system, but that's our program.
Yeah.
If we have like a software issue. Like if it's a hardware issue, Corey takes care of it.
Yeah, and that's kind of like with the programming and stuff, then you have to get a hold of Solutions. Yeah. And that's where we're at because we have the states, we have one for our Shieldware, which is our operating system for the jail.
Or was that just around anything?
Huh? I didn't hear you.
Did you budget that for 7.5, or was that around it?
It's Tony's.
On Tony?
Yes, it's 12%.
Should be 17.
Was that just a rounding thing? So, because the board will ultimately decide that, but
It should be 1720 instead of 1800.
I didn't know if you round.
No, I didn't. Okay, I missed that one. I'm sorry.
I was just trying to wait notices.
And that may be something that as time goes on with some of Tony's other duties here with this new jail coming in, he may just step aside and say no on that. And then we're gonna have to hire like Midwest Data Solutions or someone to contract to come in and do our stuff because you start looking at this software, and the state is kind of touchy about who can get into theirs.
So for clarification,
So that would be 17 what?
1720.
is that right?
Versus $1,800.
And that would be on the wage settlements.
Yeah,
Yep, okay.
150, 103, 05, 173.
yeah.
I just want to make sure the salary expenses for the application, what?
Can we move on to page 9?
Yeah,
Can we move on to page 9 yet?
yeah, go ahead. I'm looking at 9 here. You look at 9, Tom.
Insurance, food and provisions, we're keeping that at the same, that bounces off our population. To my knowledge, Hy-Vee's still gonna contract the same price with us, which I'm very thankful for them, and I will say kudos out to them for helping us out with that. Hy-Vee, they help us out, I think and we tell them how many we have in different pods, so every pod gets the same food, because otherwise you're gonna start fights and riots, and they help us out with our allergies. They do a pretty good job.
I noticed on the next page, page 10, hospital, we're way up. Karen calls today.
So the problem with our hospital,
Yeah.
and it's not a problem with the hospital, the problem with let me get back to that. With our acute emergency treatment. You don't know how many times when someone says, oh, I've got to go to the hospital or ER for this or that. And we're pretty good about saying, well, let's see if we can get you to a doctor's appointment. The problem is the first one of those that we deny, oh, my chest hurts. Oh, here's a couple aspirin. The first one of those we deny and they have a heart attack. That little figure of 25,000 could be in the millions. And that's an unfortunate balance that we have to have. And we get them come in. We had one come in with a broken lower extremity. Not sure if it was an ankle or leg or something. And he was cleared by another hospital to be incarcerated. Well, then it started swelling up. So of course, when it does that, it's obvious. We came out there and he's got a broken leg, even though he was cleared medically by another hospital before he was even booked into jail. Prescription medication, that's about same thing.
Looks like everything else is the same down. To
You're gonna see room and board, and I'll explain that one. So we were way over. We had an individual or a inmate that we did not have the facility for. Fremont County housed her for a long time before she could go to the Iowa medical classification and have an mental health evaluation. And then we had to go get her from there and take her to somewhere else. More than once. So that's why you're gonna see room and board. We try very hard, and our staff tries to keep that room and board payment down. And that's basically, we put 1,500 in there just in case, so we have some money in there if we have to, but 1,500 didn't even do one person for a month. And I want to thank Fremont County for helping us out with that.
And maintenance improvements, you've taken down. Hopefully we don't have to spend a lot on them too.
We're hoping. That's kind of a bounce here or bounce there. We'll know a little more in February.
So this is the jail budget's up about 2%, below 2.
The jail budget was actually 2.5% higher, I believe.
But we took out $80.
You took out $80, you did.
So yeah, okay. Okay, so your secretary, the next one.
Okay. Regular employees.
Yeah.
That's a 7.71% increase, not seven.
Instead of 2080.
That could be.
Is it? No, something else.
Can you run those numbers for us?
2318, is that right?
So are we at 2088 here for 23, 24 or 24, 25? I hope so. That's what I've been figuring everything off of.
2491, 2492.
I did not have my staff approve the sheriff wages.
Well, why not?
Wait until you guys decided on the number and then just for clarification, so if they're off, I think it's off, so.
It'd be 52,000.
Yeah. It's off, we'll fix that, but I didn't.
So what do you come up with for that then? 50 what? 52?
I got 24.92 an hour.
That would be more than 7.2.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry,
52 or 32.
I think we're on.
So 33.
Thank you.
I'm at 100. What time? I didn't bring a stench. The last time we were checking it out.
52,034.
I don't want to do that.
033. 52,033. Is that right, Ella?
That's how you're gonna.
Well, I know, that's why I wonder if at some point her wage got
Okay.
adjusted.
Yeah. Whatever, anyway.
I'm always for giving my staff more money, so I'm not gonna argue that one. Ready for page 12?
So we're leaving that one at 52,093.
$52,033.
Okay.
33.
52,033.
Okay.
Need a nerve tea.
I need a bigger. calculator.
I need a little more audio in this room.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's done. Okay, 12, there's no changes.
But depending on what board does that, will.
No, and if you saw where, under dues and memberships, probably under our deputies, it went up because we added our reserve deputies. Because that helps with, different things they can get into classes there. If you're a member, your classes are cheaper and everything else.
So overall, your whole budget.
1.28% with the rate, of which I will only work 6 months.
Okay. Revenues?
I'm there now.
Think so.
So the 2080 is stayed about the same. That's up to the board to decide how high or know what they do with that 2080 agree. That'll probably, we will probably be receiving something from Essex of a termination of contract sometime soon. They're looking at hiring somebody. They still have some steps they have to go through. Part of Charles' administrative duties is I've asked him to work with, the mayor of Essex, Calvin Kinney to, if we have to do testing, which the post test, the MMPI, which is the Minnesota multiphasical, it's a mental health test that's required. Charles is supposed to be working with Calvin on those and get that set so that we can help them go through that. As part of Charles' administrative duties, we also put him through the class so he could proctor those 2 tests, which isn't uncommon. It's not that hard to get that done, but the certification and being able to administer the tests when you want them, when you can get them, is something that we try to do. And they're changing that. A lot of it's not written anymore. A lot of it's going on computer.
Is your revenues or phone card snacks and pop real high? I know it probably depends on your inmates.
Depends, it floats up and down. Depending on how much money they want to spend. Now, with that being said, we've seen them spend $400 to $500 a month individually on that, but yet the court can't make them pay their restitution or make them pay for their jail fee. That's my problem with the court system. Because they can show that they don't have a job, they're not employed. However, someone will put $400 to $500 on their books so that they can buy that stuff. We used to be able to go back on that. However, now we cannot do that. Or it's up to us civilly to go after.
So do you think 10,000 is valid?
Where are we at, Judy?
The last.
Phone cards, active pops.
It's a hit or miss.
I know, but revenues, it's better to go low than high.
Yeah, underestimated.
You could almost go 5,000 on that one and then we're over.
I mean, last year you went 7,000.
Yeah,
So even if you went down to 8,
okay. I would rather say 7 and then that way we're, if we hit that,
go to 7,
8 on 7.
7. Good.
So we let off
I
3.
just hate to inflate revenues if you don't.
I would rather see the revenues come in higher than they would lower.
Right.
When you get into a picture fair,
That,
I mean, if everything else, if we start looking like a work release, sometimes the only thing with work release is the judge can order it, but the sheriff has to approve it. And if they're not paying, I don't approve it. If you've got a job, you can pay the $50 a day of work release.
What is the?
Sex offender registry is another thing that we don't have to. In accordance, and Charles does our, part of our sex offendery, we have 3, we have Tony, Jen, and Charles. That's another part of Charles' administrative duties there that he earns. The, I'm gonna keep throwing that one out there, the administrative duties. So that the board approves that, no matter who the chief deputy is, I want that to stay the same if possible. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, Charles, and I apologize for somebody calling me, thank you very much. Charles, they don't have to pay that registration fee if they say they don't have the money, correct?
We have no teeth to enforce them to pay that registry fee. And most of them pay it. I believe we're all but one pays for the registration fee, but one is the,
So they're required by the law to register, but if they don't pay the fee, they can't register.
They still can. We still have to register them.
so they still.
Oh, they still have to register,
They
but they
still
do
have to
pay.
They just do not have to pay that fee.
8.82%.
We still have to take the registry.
That's
still sales tax.
It's kind of like our inmates. We have to take them on sentence, but they don't have to pay us.
Part of the local option sales tax. They get a.
All right.
And that's what they're estimating it's gonna be.
Unless we get some new ones in. We've had them in the past where they don't want to pay anything.
I think you kind of have to guess. Because you don't have.
The only other thing we have is the local option sales tax fund, which I'm glad to see that up.
That's their guessing, it's coming in higher.
Yeah, I know. We'll take every bit we can. Local option sales.
It's actually, the local option fund, it's 10,000 higher. And the 8.82%, and I just wondered what that
We'll
was.
talk, we can
There.
talk about local options later.
Or when we get to the law.
Okay, that's.
But they're assuming that it's going up in the income, that's what he's saying, the sheriff department.
There's a couple things that we don't have in there. K-9 budget, I usually have to figure that one. We are looking at a possibility. Once I get to full staff. I have a deputy, a young deputy that's interested in it. A couple of the things that I want to make sure of. He comes with some reserve experience to us, but I want to make sure that he is comfortable in doing his job before, because unfortunately there are regulations out there set by the Supreme Court on how to do traffic stops. So it's kind of tough if you're a K-9 officer doing a traffic stop and then running the dog. I'm not saying it's impossible. But if you don't have two people out, it makes it very difficult to be able to utilize that to the full potential. We tried putting one on in the morning. Clarendon at that time was running their K-9 in the afternoon and Shenandoah was running a K-9 at night. Hoping that that would put a K-9 throughout the county for most of the hours. That didn't work so well.
Shenandoah does have a hand.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, they do.
They do.
She's still there.
No. I believe Sergeant Booker runs Remy,
Oh, yeah, that's.
if I'm not mistaken.
She happy?
She had a K-9 before that, yes. This is a new one that they have
So Shannon's the only one that has anything.
in Page County. Now, if we need one, usually we can contact somebody in Montgomery. Mills County, Montgomery County has 2. Mills County has 2. Fremont County now currently has 2. Has 2 K-9s.
They both have to.
Every other county has 2. And if I'm not mistaken, each of those K-9s in each county is not only a narcotics, but an apprehension.
And.
Shenandoah's is a officer protection and a narcotics, as well as I think article.
How long do you have?
Depends on the dog. Ours started to have some medical issues. And it was to the point, at that point, when the handler retired or resigned, that it was probably in the best interest of the K-9 to go with him, because I think some of the medical issues, according to the vet that I spoke with, could have enumerated and not been healthy for him under some of the stress situations. You're looking at, it depends on the age you get one. You could be looking at 8 years, you could be looking at 9, you could be looking at 2. It just depends on your K-9. So that one, I mean, I don't have that in front of me, but I'd like to see that one stay the same. Most of our K-9 budget, and if not almost all of it, has come from donations. Some of it has come from our calendar sales. So the calendars, if you've ever seen one of our county calendars, which they're a little late getting out this year, the individual that would do the calling, and we let him come to our office for a week to 2 weeks to use our phone to call businesses to see if they're interested in that. We have great support on that. Most of the counties our size put out one calendar. I want to thank the citizens that do advertise with that calendar, because we are able to put out 2 calendars, which half of that money usually goes to the reserves, half of it goes to the K-9.
They're hanging in Casey's, they're everywhere.
You can go anywhere that, everybody that,
Businesses, yeah.
Everybody that advertises in them gets some. And then I usually have some at the sheriff's office, and what I do is, if I go to a business and they're a little low, I'll give them some of ours, but we usually have them available. They're a pretty good sized calendar. Trying to get my whole office together for photos sometimes is not the easiest thing. And you never know when your staff here of lately is gonna change, so that's been a very difficult thing and a very difficult decision on what to do on the front of our calendars. Any other questions on any of the budgets? How did we do on time? 8 minutes over. Dispatch. I believe Summer probably came in. I will let her take over and I'll stand here.
People or stuff? Oh, whatever.
Cause
People.
since I did the personnel, I did have a part-time person give their notice and
That's our opening.
What number is dispatch? Is it
11.
11?
well, I mean, we're still filling Cheyenne's original full-time, but she's just, I'm going down from 4 part-times to 3 part-time because hiring a new part-time person or having more than 3 part-time people. And we only got lucky because we had so many people leave full-time that said, hey, I'll stick around and do some part-time. That's why we had so many part-time. But those people, you know, have found that full-time jobs and babies and they can't.
How many full-time people?
We're hiring this week. Hopefully I'm offering for our last full-time. So we have 8 full-time. And then we're gonna have 3 part-time. So.
One of your part-timers has been working almost full time, right?
There's a couple.
Done a lot.
There's a couple of them that have been, you know, because we had this opening on the night shift that we are struggling to fill. Like, you know, I hired somebody in January and August, we had a hard conversation and decided this was not for them. I hired somebody else and they didn't even get a training before I was like, this isn't working. So, I mean, it's hard to get somebody on the night shift that is, you know, and you don't know.
Was there a new one on last night?
Last night?
Young one, a young guy?
That's a part-time. She's the one that gave her notice because she used to be full-time and then she didn't come back from maternity. But she came down and did some part-time, but. So I redid all the numbers and also when I did the budget, I didn't have like what the inflation, you know, like percentage. So I did 3 and then later I was told it was 7.5 was the recommended. So.
Change that just because. We still don't. Usually I'll change it.
So I have a copy in my horrible penmanship
Okay.
of the changes with.
No, we can take that 7.5 and add it to the 3% and then come up with 10, and that might help us retain people a little more.
Yeah,
I'm not a used car salesman, but I'm trying.
We got 2 to sell, so you might be able to.
I know.
You might be able to practice a little, sell 2 pickups.
That's fine. Which I would mention that Creston PD put an ad on their Facebook for starting dispatch at $24. 24.
Interesting.
And that is not a jailer.
No, that is just dispatch. And I
Go
did
over what is our wages right now? Again, I know we want.
17 is starting.
17.
Once you finish your 40-hour school, you get a 50-cent in raise and you get 25 cents if you work the night shift.
Listen, you're from Preston, is that, they have their own dispatch at the PD? Or do you know?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Do they have their own dispatch at the PD?
No, I think so. It's it's Union County Law Enforcement, like it's.
Oh, Crescent PD put an ad on their Facebook saying dispatcher $24. So,
Unless they're trying to help the sheriff's office by advertising.
Well, I think they're all tied together because it's all Union County Law Enforcement, like,
That's what I thought.
but is it through the city instead of the county?
it says Crescent PD and it's on their
Wow.
thing. So,
Unless it'd be like Sham PD.
We came up and we still, Fremont County still did.
Yeah.
yeah,
We come up and they come up.
I didn't see that right now.
as I say, I pulled,
Once again, let's get together. Sorry, guys.
yeah. I mean, the person that I'm,
You got, so I'm gonna say this. So if you start looking, Fremont County is a dispatch jailer. Mills County is just dispatchers or jailers. Then if you go to Taylor County,
We didn't get numbers.
yeah, you have both.
We called.
Ringgold County, I cannot answer that question. I do believe that they do both. Union County, I can't answer that. Montgomery County, I know that they do both. And Adams County, they do both.
And
So
ours,
Fremont is both.
Ours is just single. Yes, Fremont is both.
ours do just dispatch.
Yes.
Ours just do.
And a lot of that, so basically what it says, if you're gonna be a dispatch and a jailer is someone that watches or controls the movements of inmates. So you gotta be careful how you do that.
I don't think we want.
So,
I would rather not, but I think there's gonna be some push down the road to try to
Okay, so
have.
Montgomery, Ringgold and Fremont are dual.
but by doing that, I hate to say this, is the reason their wage higher because they're technically doing?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to point out some of those.
I brought some other comps, for places that are only, like Iowa County. They're like, just for a dispatcher, they're starting is 1871, and Butler, is 2045. 2045, and Ida, I went by population, you know, somewhat close to our population, and then Ida County, full-time dispatcher only is 20.
So one thing I will say into this.
Yep.
One thing I will say into this on what our dispatchers do. No, they're not jailers. But there's not a lot of other counties with our population that have the call volume that we do. Because Shenandoah, a lot of times during the day runs traffic through theirs. However, we still dispatch, and I say we because it's the dispatcher. We still dispatch fire, ambulance, and 911 calls to Shenandoah and any other calls that come in for Shenandoah. Even if they have a dispatcher in there, but secretary, excuse me.
Plus you have more towns.
So then if you figure in just Shenandoah, but then you add in the sheriff's office, then you add in Clarinda Police Department, Clarinda Fire, Clarinda Rescue, which the rescues have been absolutely busy, and then your small towns fire and rescues. I think their call volume kind of speaks a lot on what we do. That's why we run two, just to make sure, but I think that the wage doesn't increase what the busyness of them is.
What does Shenandoah has their own dispatch, right?
They have their own secretary, they call
What, so they don't do,
it. They dispatch it.
Peachcom still does all the dispatching.
Right.
I won't say all,
I
but
mean, if you go into the Shan PD and believe me, they have to call us on the radio and say, can you send us an ambulance? Because they cannot send an ambulance or fire anything. I mean,
I still know how that works.
I believe when it started that they were supposed to be doing admin stuff and like dog calls, but I mean, that doesn't mean that they're not taking higher priority calls. But,
and a lot of their officers are running through on a different channel.
So they basically just do the Shan PD.
right, anything that comes in on the Shan PD line or anything their Shan officers give them. But I mean, if you call 911, you're coming to us.
You're coming to Pagecom.
So what do you think? What do you think on starting wage? What is your hiring people?
I mean, like, it's definitely when I say $17 an hour, it's too low. I mean, I would love to start off at 20, but that one would have to bump people up that are making less than 20. But I really can't see how we can continue giving less than like 1850, just to, you know, make it to where it's an option. You know, I've had people, because we are currently hiring, and I've had people ask other people, what does it pay? And they'll be like, you know, I don't like my job, but I'll have to take a pay cut. I have to talk to my significant other, and then I don't hear from them because 17 is just too low. I would say at least 1850.
County that's paying more.
Yeah. Yeah. The person I'm talking to right now lives in Villisca, and I was honest with him, and I was like, did you apply at Montgomery County? And he was like, no, I didn't know they're hiring. And I'm like, they pay better, but we have better hours, which is how we have managed before to poach somebody back. Because they do the 8-hour shifts, and, you know, they don't, you know, low man on the totem pole doesn't have a set schedule. So
What is we did this last year, but I can't remember the wages. Where are people at that if we up this, that would need to be? We talked
the
about
majority of the people, if we did the 7-5, would be up above the 1850. It would bump everybody up.
Which one did you say just left?
Cheyenne was our part-time and she put in her time. The person that we're literally filling her position from when she left in May, so.
Okay, so
Sabrina's the new person that we hired this summer and she's doing good.
so she would be the lowest one.
Yes.
She would.
And how much is she? Take 7
She'd be
Right, if we give this, yeah,
with 7%.
so that bumps everybody up. So,
The one thing to remember is if you raise your starting wage, what are you gonna do with the people that have been there a long
That's
time?
what I'm-
You're gonna have to
That's what I'm trying to figure
go
out.
out.
the lowest person
That
will
one.
be with the 7.5.
Union County said that PD actually has the dispatchers, but county reimburses the city for half the salaries and benefits, so they're.
Okay, so the PD has the dispatch and the county reimburses, even though we have the dispatch and we don't have from city reimbursement. We don't get reimbursed by either city.
So, and yeah, and she just said they went up to keep people, she said no one to.
Yeah, that's the issue is I do not want to train Montgomery County's next dispatcher.
Yeah.
But my most qualified person happens to live in Villisca, and so I can't turn him away with the fear that he leaves me in 6 months. So, but because normally I don't even interview people if I see Red Oak on their address.
Do the ones that are jailers dispatchers, do they prefer just being dispatchers?
The people I've ever talked to do not enjoy the jail.
That's what I want.
Say for jailers and dispatchers.
Fremont County is, Mills County is not, Taylor County, I think, is a dual. Ringgold County, I can't speak for. Obviously, Union County isn't. Pardon me?
Does both. Is that what you said?
Montgomery, Fremont, and Taylor.
Yep. Adams, Montgomery, Fremont, and Taylor. And Adams, I think, has one dispatcher, but they may during the day have another jailer. I'm not 100% sure on that.
So what's our highest paid one of this?
Me. Because I'm a full-time dispatcher.
But you're the,
Yes.
the department head.
Right, so then the next one would be Cheryl,
And she is how much?
23. I
So
think
she would get the 7.5%.
With the 7.5 Cheryl, July, when we were 25, 30.
Good, yeah. So she-
Could also just throw whatever dollar we come up with on the starting, just throw that exact amount up.
So if you go up,
Step.
let's say if
I think that's pretty close to.
they're.
We started at 18.
17.
So if you were at 17 now and you go up $1.50, then you need to jump that. for
Everybody
Well,
goes
then I
up.
thought 18.5 certified.
Oh,
Once they got certified, you did that, and then
So you could jump it to 18 and then you get your 50 cents once you're certified and 25 for your night shift.
So you then compete against, I mean, you're not gonna compete unfortunately with Montgomery, but Montgomery does go too. And Fremont and Taylor, but at least if you went more, you compete more with Fremont, Taylor.
So what's the lowest paid?
Sabrina, and she just makes she right now is making the 17.75.
She would go to 1883. So I went to 7.
She
She would go to 1883 if we took the 7.5.
Or what's about the same as $1.50. We just.
Yeah.
$2. It's all, everybody works by the hour there, everybody? Are you
Yes.
even by the hour? Are you salary?
Yeah, I'm on the schedule for 40 hours, so
So it's an hourly rate is an hourly rate, just
So
do
you're
For
saying.
them, for them.
$1.50 just across, if they're all hourly employees,
Yeah.
then everybody would just jump
Yeah.
the same amount. So that puts us at least in line with the neighbors.
yeah.
So you're proposing what
If there's if everybody's hourly, $1.50,
So you're talking with the 7.5% plus $1.50?
no, I think it's $1.50. Now, the starting people have to hit their
right.
little
So
levels.
in other words, starting wage instead of, let's say 17 would go to 18. Once they go through this They're 40 hours, then they're $18.50. And then everybody else would jump
$1.50.
$1.50 an hour.
And then no 7.5.
Right, this is their own little thing here,
7.5 would be, would that be more?
the 7.5.
What's the 7.5 compared to the,
Yeah, so like.
is that?
Yeah, I think 7.5
is
would
the
be more.
dollar less, $1.50
On the higher end.
less?
Depends where you are.
Actually, you wanna-
You're gonna penalize them.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was, if you do the dollar,
Well, we haven't got to the, I mean, I don't know, but
Yeah.
if I do a 7.5%
I
raise
get
for
what you're
everybody, it's
saying.
probably not gonna happen
get
in my
what you're
world. So that's a huge.
so what
raise.
about if,
Right, 7.5 is gonna go table.
You're right, yeah, it's good negotiation there, but this is not, again, these are hourly employees that are less than,
But what-
well, this is not what the county's huge expenses are, is this hourly wage.
And I mean,
those are road
I
workers.
mean, you choose to reduce it, your dispatchers don't fall under an elected, so I mean, you could potentially.
We can do whatever.
We're gonna increase wages $1 an hour for certified.
Exactly. What she's saying is they don't fall under the dollar or the elected's wages percentage.
Where you're trying to keep that-
5%, the dispatcher's still gonna make.
Something special, right,
and it
or
doesn't
whatever.
really change the amount very much from last year, to this year, because we lost people who were making more. And so we
Yeah.
have more people at the bottom.
So,
$1.50 versus a 7.5 would be about 43 cents. So, I mean, it does make.
if you did, well,
To do the
For like
dollar.
you.
if, so with dispatch, $2 an hour, $1.50, this is,
Why don't we do both?
we did this.
7.50 and 7.5 and the dollar.
Just want to make it a fair wage to get people to come work here.
Do the 7.5 first
Well,
and then
this
the
is a
$1.50 on
really,
top.
really important job.
Exactly, so
That's-
we've done,
That's what I'm,
and last year or two, we've tried to, we've tried to move this up, and it's,
why don't we do
I'm not
the,
against paying this
the
fairly.
7.5 and then the $1.50 on top of that to increase their wages up?
Lyle, you're asking for the sky.
No, the sky is $10 an hour.
So if you did,
So that right in front, the numbers in front of you were the 7
So-
minus a part-time person, which changed the numbers down. But we pretty much didn't go up.
I don't know, and we can adjust the dollars. I like dollars per hour. I don't like all these wild
Either
percentages.
$1.50 or $2.
Yes, look at that for this dispatch, and if that puts it competitive, I think that's all right. So somewhere in that ballpark. Right, so
That's what I was getting at, the starting wage set, and then you gotta go up. Otherwise, people are gonna go, well, they're making as much as I am, and I've been
well,
here 5
definitely,
years.
so you do the same thing.
$1
So,
there today.
I mean, $1.50 to $2 would catch this, and would that be enough to incentivize people to come? That's my question. So if we did,
Versus like summer who's getting paid. I think, and I think you need to think about doing a percentage versus the dollar amount, because everybody who's already hired is in a progression, and really then you're
brought
gonna
Brandy in.
penalize
So
summer the
let me sit
most,
back.
if you do just $1 an hour.
well, and my thinking there is I'm not trying to penalize the person in charge, but if our biggest problem is the hiring, the starting wage, not maybe our management wage,
Didn't you
it would not be
increase summer's wage
quite
the
the
same?
same.
So the spacing would stay the same, but
That's what I'm saying, you better off doing a percentage versus a dollar.
Don't feel bad. Like that.
Because if not, you're just gonna penalize summer.
Right.
Maybe Summer's doing a fabulous job, because she's actually gonna get
It
less
won't.
percentage of a raise than.
But it'll be,
Oh.
$1 an hour, maybe
Oh.
it's like each.
I see what you're saying. So percentage of her current.
the same reason that percentage raises are normally the person on the bottom, your $17 is not who wins. It's your manager's win, and the little people get squat.
Thank you.
So that's where a lot of supervisors I talk to tell me, try to go to dollar amounts, so you can reward.
Okay, thank you.
Because otherwise, it just kind of grows like
Go for
this,
Just $1 raise.
where it goes kind
I
of,
mean,
And if not, you're gonna get to the point where you're gonna even out, so your highest paid employees are gonna be average, and then they're gonna get mad and leave because they can go somewhere else then, I mean.
do we have an issue in that world? Well, you gotta see where your issues are. Our issue right now, I think our biggest issue is probably the getting people just to
Yes,
come.
come in.
And when we did, and I gotta remember back, when we were doing salary a year ago up in the juvenile detention, we did dollars per hour, and adjusted everything equally, kind of like we're doing here. And I get what you're saying, because the more you make, that percentage isn't gonna be as much on $2 for somebody that's making more, but $1.50, $2, but if that. It is bringing everybody up, but there is no disproportion in, they came up $2, I went nowhere, and I've been here 5 years. I mean, that's at least jumping the same amount per hour, and everybody's hourly employees. I don't know, I had another supervisor talk the other day, and he was just all about just flat dollar amounts everywhere. Just these percentages get wild, and the people on the managers get all the raises, and there is thoughts on both sides of this. I understand the managers,
Isn't that what Montgomery County did? Didn't they go to dollars?
they might have.
They did, well,
They did, yeah.
On the
well,
law?
see, did the Board of Supervisors approve what the comp board said in Montgomery County?
I think they're working with it, yeah.
So that'll be a significant.
Yeah, they have it in their budget, so.
Yeah.
So there's two thoughts of it. It is hard to make everything perfect, though, in a world where you have such wide variables of salary or hourly wage with a percentage.
Summer, what's your thought?
I mean, like,
If we go up $2 an hour.
I think, everybody's gonna love it, but it makes us more, like competitive. And that's really all it comes down to is, like he was saying, the starting wage is the most important.
That's our biggest problem.
It is our biggest
And then
issue.
you do evaluations. Where but you can't increase.
I mean,
I mean, are you like the auditor's office where she can sit down and do evaluation on something?
Increase the percentage up? No.
no,
I
No.
mean, you can't actually choose to.
Oh.
I've never saw that. Yeah.
Sorry, did you say if she could do?
Well, I'm just saying as a
Oh, I'm
department,
sorry.
like as a department,
Evaluation.
yeah, so I don't know, like.
I was gonna say, I've never seen that happen.
No, sorry, I think it's an evaluation.
Yes, we can do.
She does evaluations, by the way, they talk on the
But
radio.
she can't do merit increases, right?
No.
Cause we budget for what everybody gets and then that's just what you get.
That's what you get, okay.
Well, if we did a $2 deal and that's on the starting person after they accomplish everything, they get
Yes.
the full, and then everybody else gets flat $2 up.
That'd be great. And, I think it would really cut down on our hiring issues because I don't think people realize the
So the
merit
difference
of most people
between
apply.
$2 percentage is, like, if you take your lowest paid and do $2, it's gonna be like a 10.6% increase for them.
Right.
And then for like summer, it would average out to about a 7.24%.
Right. The problem is if we continuously do that, I'm gonna end up making less money than people below me.
I don't even.
We'll even out.
Bump summer up as the department.
Well, she is moving up.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
7.2%.
and I think we have issue here with money. That's why in a normal budgets, we're gonna go through the 7%. I don't myself think that's gonna happen.
Right.
But I'm saying this, I think is an issue. That's why we're trying to increase this, make it fair and help you. So it's $2 make hiring
Yeah,
better.
I think $2 would make.
As a
hiring
manager, do you
a
think
lot.
that's, I'm not trying to put you in a bad spot here.
1950 or?
Well, once they accomplish all things, it's $2, which so however you word that.
Certifications, whether it's that or,
Yeah, once they have accomplished, it'd be 1950, once they accomplish everything. Am I looking at that right?
Yeah, but that.
And that
happens
puts
all at
us
the Same time. I mean, that gets all.
over our neighbors,
40 hours.
competitive. I'm not trying to do a leapfrog either on the neighbors
so they can do everything.
here, but
Then they want.
if hiring is our biggest issue, to have 24-hour coverage. And maybe, I don't know where this falls and how the budget works, what you do, but maybe you can work with us somehow to encourage night, if you're having trouble with nights. Can you flex that, change your, pay somebody a little more to give and take that out of this 1950 somehow,
They
shift?
get 25 cents more.
Right. it's a
Do you
24
need to take the money we're giving you and you can adjust that somehow to help get somebody
I don't,
go to night?
I think that really the nights is more of a just life thing.
Just a life.
It's
It
just.
doesn't matter what the
it really-
dollar. or
Yeah,
50
I don't mean a
cents is.
dollar more wouldn't, if you got kids and you can't sleep during the day and I really, I don't.
Yeah, it takes a certain person.
It does, you have to have
Depends
the,
on the person.
but so then this, it would end up being 1950 after they accomplish everything. It could be 1975 if they work nights, so,
17, 19, and then once we're by, it's 1950.
yeah, that would be two, yeah.
So does that do anything for the rest of the dispatchers?
And then I just flat $2 up, everybody up.
Okay, so everybody's getting a $2.
You're just saying that now, we can wait to set it.
Well, we can put that as our thoughts and
I
come
would
back
think
to it
that-
if you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you probably just need to say that's discussion, because we're not finalizing it, right?
But that's-
Something I think we should look at that just to make sure that that's gonna work. You know, not that it won't, but I don't wanna say.
No, I-
Yes, and then
I mean, ultimately, we
come
just,
back and say, oh, wait a minute.
we just cannot give the new person a $2
Yeah,
raise and then the
I
lowest
understand.
person.
No, yeah, no, I don't think that's,
Yeah, okay.
so.
But so that right there, if we could fall in that ballpark, everybody should be.
Yeah.
Give you a
Get
better
more- It
environment
would
for
get
hiring,
better possibilities in the door, I believe.
and everybody's being fairly compensated with the neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what we'll kind of work on here. That's what we're looking at.
Anything else on the budget, or are we good?
Did you have to do, what was the other thing?
Oh, maybe 911.
911.
Yeah. So
I just remember-
I just want to preface this with, some of these numbers were wildly wrong when I did the budget last year. And that's because money was not coming out of the right line
In
item.
other words, EMA and 911 were under the same.
They were too blended and things were getting taken out of the wrong line items. That's why I was off, 623% on my, you
What
know.
number is that budget?
That's,
Sorry,
71.
71.
Yeah.
I was sorry about that.
So, I was wildly off on my office supplies because turns out my office supplies had always been paid out of EMA. So when I started paying for my own office supplies, I was wildly wrong.
Paper, printer ink,
Yeah,
stuff like that. I mean,
the education, and the travel expenses were coming out of the wrong line items. Overall, I was at 52% when I did it at 6 months. So I was on the big numbers, I was pretty close. We stayed almost, the budget pretty much they just got redisseminated to the correct line item.
Well, that telephone deal is a terrible deal.
I
I know we talked about that. I just,
Yeah, we pay a lot of money to be able to, for the phone companies on top of what you're paying for your phone bill,
yeah,
to be able to have the 911 lines come in there. I don't understand that.
you see that line, it's crazy, and we've talked, when I was on that deal, we talked about that.
So, and then there was some money that was taken from one line item because we paid off a loan. And then that money is now going because like we have some new computers we need to have, the NCIC terminal. The most important thing you have to have is on the oldest computer and we only have one. So I'm working on getting a second terminal set up. And so we'll need a second computer. And then once that one's up, we can swap out that old computer. So I'm working with Corey on, what it's going to cost the next budget year to get everything set up the same on all the positions and have the important stuff on the newer computers. That was just what we had and they fired it up and now you type and it ignores you. So, but I can't take it down and do anything with it because I don't have a second terminal. So that's where some of the money from the loan we paid off is moving into updating the system. But the budget overall total is pretty close to what we budgeted for this year.
Yep.
Yeah,
Getting it all evened out and it came out not fair.
yeah,
Line
Just-
items. could
yeah.
be different, but
yeah. I mean, it's really just moving the money from one line item to the next, because, and I did take a couple things from EMA. She was paying for my printer. There's some insurance on some of our equipment that got moved over that was coming out of her budget and then is now gonna be in my budget that we're gonna pay for.
Okay,
I think Jill brought that up.
Yeah.
She did.
So, and we
Yeah.
decided not to move anything to Jill's budget because she doesn't have the revenue to pay for it, while we do have some revenue to pay for it. So I'm just gonna keep paying tower leases and American bills, so.
good.
thank you, Summer.
All right, we got the 911 budget. I got that.
I feel like I know a little bit more than I did last year, so hopefully this one will be a little bit closer.
You and me.
Just not going. Okay,
I'm not going to.
okay.
That's one of the things Summer has. Just like anybody should, as they get more comfortable in the job, they have progressed. Summer's done a great job with that. We do have some good dispatchers down there, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
We do.
There are some
When you call in, you want them to be able to.
You want
do
to
what
answer the
needs to be
phone.
Done,
That's
we
right.
need the help. Just like,
Keep thinking if I was there, I'd be going, blah, blah, blah.
They, they got the This is cycle.
Yeah.
Did they get?
Huh.
There are a few, I can say, see this a little bit better, but other than that.
I don't know what we're gonna do with Cheryl.
She won't come along.
Well, she tells me she's gonna die in a chair, and I say, I don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
But she's 69 years old.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, one thing we know the lady, she's like 70, 71. She's retired.
She can just keep going. Oh, yeah.
Which?
Yeah.
No, let me come.
I have to go meet with somebody, convince them to come up.
You have to do what?
Go meet with somebody, convince them.
Yeah.
We can, yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna take a little break here. Todd needs a little break, a quick break here.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
we got like 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I just saw.
Stand up for a minute.
I was down there.
Oh, I'm pretty much.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, I think you are.
Some.
You got the,
I did that.
yeah.
Did I feel it?
Wait,
Is that for me?
How are you?
What to do with it, Lyle?
I'm sorry.
I made a paper right there. It's the agenda. Okay. No, no, my board, the world's laying right here.
And I'll.
You don't want I'm out of here.
They don't have.
I know, it's great.
Fine.
You're not going. There's no life matter. Yes and no, those people don't do that necessarily. You want to for that because.
Well, then we start using 2,080 hours a year, that's what we're. So, well, that's what I say, but that's what I wanted to say. You know, I don't have to see all
Especially. if you get- And then you.
Hey, this was better than what I've come to before, where they just gave me.
Overlaps.
We'll go over it.
Those overlaps.
Check out.
It's tough, it's tough.
Well, I won't leave it's a liability issue, because we have a.
The wages. That's what
Yeah.
You still out there by all seven years, and jurisdictions.
Right.
It's a little bit.
Back to the office.
I couldn't, yeah, this world out there, it's a lot. So.
That's one thing, I can say, different angle. Right. I will agree with that as far as, your prior, they were saying, you're doing to that.
Talking about.
That was a picture page, check.
And up to a certain point, you have.
No, stop.
But yes, that would be worthwhile.
Yeah, they won't, kind of force you to do that. You know.
I'll say nothing.
You do that 2 years in a row.
Right, that's not.
No.
Yeah, let's get that lunch here for a long pool. I'd take one, yeah, I'll take one. I'm about to eat that. I might go to Jay's, that sounds good. Thank you. Got me. Some energy here.
Yeah, sugar.
You're next.
Your elections, permanent.
10.
Are you waiting on me?
No. I'm good.
Are we supposed to be? Is it my nervous? Oh, no, we're running behind, and it's just, okay. You want me to call you when I get done? Sure. Okay, sorry. She's doing well? Yeah. Okay. Yep, she's on all the time. All right, so.
Sorry, what did you say you're doing?
10.
10?
Elections Department. So.
Who's the deputy here?
The deputy in here is, Beth. Beth, yes. So page one, pretty standard, not really any major changes. So it's just wage changes. The only change on page two is, I did put in the housing postage. With the new House Bill 718, by code, we are required, the county is required to send out those countywide mailings. We did two, last election and it cost us about $12,000. Part of that we did not run through, elections at that time because you guys didn't decide local option for the county for the jail side of that. And then, with the school, we were able to, we still are addressed the reimbursement and getting billed for that. So, but that will be a cost that unfortunately the state of Iowa says we do not have to pass that on.
Which is correct.
And that's the 10,000,
Yeah,
one up here, okay.
and you're gonna see in yours too that I budgeted another 10,000 because you guys get to pay for. Across the county, a mailing that goes out to every single voter in Page County for the budgets now.
Oh,
So how about 718 makes it super fun?
nice, okay.
Other than that, on page two, everything's pretty much standard. I did, put in for, some new equipment. We do have a general fund this year, and we're short, one or a couple laptops, due to the precinct changes.
Can I ask, what, on the 482 line, the 10,000 for supplemental or election officials administration, what's
We
that?
pay the election officials.
So all your PEOs that come.
Oh, that goes, okay. That's what that comes out, okay.
Everybody that works.
Yeah, by law, you have to pay them.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what to say, no, with that. I just wondered what that, okay,
Even if they want to volunteer, I still have to send them a check. Right?
yeah, okay.
What are we paying them now?
Nine. I have to pull it again.
When I started, we were paying them $3.25.
Are you serious? Yeah.
Was that like the minimum wage or?
We bumped it up a little, the charities get paid $1 now, so.
Yeah,
We probably need
did
that
that.
in this year, especially with the general.
Yes, should be a fun time.
And then you said the 12,000 was new voting machines
Not all new is.
or just replacing some?
Yeah, we need to replace a couple, laptops, that we had areas and we also need to buy, a couple precincts, because when we did when, I always forget if it was the Senate or the other Senate, or was it? Yes, and we had to add that second precinct now, which so when people vote, they have page 24 page 24 too. And then we don't have a spare, so I would like to add a spare, especially prior to the general.
We never used to have a split, which made it really nice.
Yeah, and now we have to have a 9+1, and so when we added, we took the spare, just use the spare for the time being, so.
Well, back in 22, 23, was that what was 11,000 for then? Do you remember? something similar, so.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was something similar.
Did we just buy, what was it? We just bought a whole bunch of last year, a whole bunch of voting equipment. That wasn't this though, that was something, that was the actual voting
This was the actual.
machines.
They changed it up there, the actual sheet. So,
So one laptop is $12,000. There's a couple laptops.
Equipment plus
Oh.
2 laptops.
Okay,
That way,
okay.
and election equipment, precinct equipment is not cheap.
it runs between, depending on the machine, it can run between $6,000 to $8,000.
That one's cheap.
Uh,
No, they keep
Well,
changing.
Have you seen the price of corn and soybeans? It's cheap. It's not inflated. It's very low right now.
Then programming is going up, I'm assuming,
Yeah,
and with more elections.
yes, and then on that, the programming, our programming just continues to get unfortunately more and more expensive.
Hey, boy, that's really jumped, because in 2020 it was $500, now it's,
And some of that, I changed some line items too from several years ago, I didn't like how things were done. And then our election officials, it's just getting, we're just having more elections, more specials. And with this new house file, there's a lot of them now, we're not able to charge back to other entities. So unfortunately, the county. Which really is not.
so the jump was wages and then that 12,000.
When you talk about elections, there's two different flavors, so there was one local election and one federal election.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So. And the local elections, like the city and the school, we get reimbursement, so.
For some, no.
Some of it,
Now, house tax and 19 has,
has that taken out?
we can still reimburse it for something, but not.
Is that what the revenue is for the
Yeah.
13,000?
Yeah. And that's probably on the low side, if we do have a couple. I know there's another understate, overstated.
So we're not gonna get any, okay, you changed it to 8,000.
And those are just specials, but we're averaging between 2 to 3 specials a year now. So, and I'm guessing if, we're having a special in March, and I'm guessing that doesn't have. Okay.
But the cities and schools are odd years, so.
So our increases are the postage and the voting equipment and the wages on the, to go
they're
20,
Required by law.
the 20% increase, and the other's 11. Right. Okay,
Good question.
so what number is that, 4 or 2? Okay,
In here, this is pretty straightforward, it's, staff wages,
can you tell us just which ones those are as we go down, like line number 1 there, who is, what,
yes.
who is,
And then, line 2 would be 2 more staff,
that's 2 staff?
yep, and then, under that would be all of our recognizers, insurance based on who they health insurance. Not really any major changes on that, pretty straightforward, the rest pretty much stayed the same. A lot of my, financial and lodging was down a little bit this year, but most of my auditor training is in the spring, so I'm carrying that for a lot of it. So a lot of that, not this second half, but just first half. And then on the revenue side, I increased for transfer books because. So. Nothing really major besides.
So there's 1 staff member comes out of elections and 2 come out of
Yes.
Besides you, I'm saying the three staff, so two are in auditor, one is an election.
Yes.
Okay,
Any questions?
your part-time help, 3,000,
Yep.
that is for, that's not elections, because that's, election had its own help, doesn't it, or what is that?
It's usually, I mean, it can go in either one. I usually always just budget for it in auditor. I can move it to, typically, I don't use it unless I need it, but that's usually, especially in a general election year. Because we have to call somebody in, and they typically, the reason I left it in auditor is because they're typically just answering the phones. I mean, I can move that over to elections if I needed to, but, I don't use it if I don't use it, if I don't need it, so. It's kind of one of those things where.
The thing with some of these budgets, you don't wanna be going up and down and up
Yeah.
and down every year, so.
But too, it goes back, it just goes back into the general fund, so I'm trying to basically show potentially what my max expenses would be for the year.
So everybody falls under the meals and lodging, all under one umbrella there. Does elections have their own too?
Yep. And with having some newer staff, there's been more trainings for just different things we've had to send. And with these new house files and, the legislators have been very active, I would say. So we've just had a lot of changes we've needed to go and go to trainings on, so.
Okay. Okay,
Did you zoom into that meeting last night?
I did not, I have to teach on Wednesday night.
Totally forgot.
Yeah, I felt bad, I told Steve though, I cannot do Wednesday nights, I teach on Wednesday,
What do you teach?
a class at church.
Oh.
So I couldn't do it, I told him last week, I said, if you do it Wednesdays, I can't.
Yeah, I totally spaced, I had it right on by my chair, but I was working on my computer in the other room. And I just.
Which one was it?
It was Steve Byer, I sent that when he sent me the Zoom link,
Supervisor.
it was in Imaging.
At 6.
I totally missed it.
I faced it,
Oh.
I had it by my chair, but then I went to the computer.
And it was so foggy, I feel bad, I'll talk to him, maybe nobody would came, because it was too foggy. It was nasty.
So my SWIFT coming in and.
You couldn't see anything.
Yeah,
Look at, you see our road.
it's crazy.
When he wanted to do that meeting the first time though, it was a horrible blizzard or whatever that night, or it was cold or,
Bad, yeah.
so he had to cancel it. And Steve's a really good guy. He was trying to put some information
Look
together.
at Kim Wellness, 42.
All right,
So
well,
you're, oh, you're 42?
42. I'm good.
And in terms of chicken, if you're. Okay.
I was supposed to do some extra for wellness. I don't remember what it was.
You were what?
There's something I'm supposed to do for the wellness. I don't remember what it was now.
The registration for the walking by February 1st.
Oh, I don't know. There's something I needed to do.
Idea.
I registered
Because you do, then you don't have to, if you do it, you get an incentive.
It's a off your insurance, isn't it?
I just make sure I get the
If you're
insurance
taking
thing
the
or whatever, but
Um,
they're gonna make us race.
So there's no penalty now. We just, if you participate in our wellness, you get offered 100% on an individual. You choose not to, you only get offered a 95%.
It's just not a penalty, but yeah, you don't win, yeah.
We're running a few minutes late. You're what? We're running a few minutes late.
Just a few minutes, it won't take long.
You're fine.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered, it looked like it's on last year, so when I got around to Charles and Lindsay, I was like.
Lyle talks. I'm sorry, I tried to speed him up.
That's good, because you talked for 3 hours.
I know.
There was one.
We were on the first page forever. First debate.
$6,000.
The next one, you'll be able to get. Yeah. Save your meeting on for that.
While we're just sitting here, I have
a. First.
I don't want to blindside JD, but I would like to move the secondary room to the annex second floor and get rid of that building.
where they're at now.
I don't think JD likes stairs.
We could put a lift in, Jacob.
Then we have to buy a lift.
Well, that's what we got money for.
Okay.
I think because
Is that building?
that
so-
building is in crap, it's in
Okay,
bad
and
shape.
that's like the shop and everything's there, right?
No,
Oh, to his office.
it's just the office.
His work.
It's just JD. It's just JD and Lisa.
We could go take a
It's
tour
a
over there
separate
after the meeting and go look at both of them if you want. Just we could look at both buildings. We could walk
Yeah.
through them. We could go do that in the next few weeks after a meeting or something.
I don't want to blindside him, but that's where it needs to be. Much better
Congratulations.
facility. Thank you, ma'am.
Where, Annex?
Yes,
I had to give blood to get this, so.
I know everything's run there for the cable. I mean, the cable for the computers, everything's done. And I think Lisa wants to do it.
I'm here representing wellness today. As you see on the, paper I passed out to you guys, Page County did receive a 5% wellness discount for our fiscal year 23. Health premiums, which amounted to $65,878.75. And we did earn the 5% discount again this year, which is as a result of employees, county employees participating in the wellness programs. If we have 80% of employees participate and at least 60% of employees complete their online health assessment, that gains us that 5% discount. So very proud. Takes a little effort to do all of that. So this year, we're not seeing many changes from ISAC in the 2024 program, which kicked off January 1st and runs through October 31st. Participation percentages are determined by the number of contracts that we have as of January 1st. So for this year, that's 78. So we need the 80% of 78 and 60% of 78 to earn that again. The ISAC will provide $20 per contract for additional incentives. So for this coming year, that amounts to $1,560. In addition to that, employees can earn up to $368 from ISAC for the year in incentives, of which 268 of that will be run through payroll and of course taxed, as we all know and love. $100 is for the $100 of 368 is for the physicians, the physical and preventive exam that they encourage. $25 is for completing the online assessment. And the additional $243 comes from the walking program, the 10,000 steps per day. And they can earn up, like I said, up to $243 if they are successful with that February 1st through September 30th. New employees can receive a free Fitbit. They're not doing that for all employees, just for the new ones. And you do have to enroll in the walking challenge this year. It's not an automatic. So we need to encourage that for anybody, for everybody. So they're also hosting 2 county versus county walking challenges. One runs from April 15th to May 26th and the other July 15th to August 25th. And ISAC will be giving out rewards for that for the top county, the top individual, a drawing for those who hit their 10,000 steps, at least 80% of the walking challenge. So I believe, and I just read this, and so I hope I'm not wrong, but I believe last year, Page County was finished 11th. So not too bad. And then just as a reminder, there is a Caring Bridges, which is a program that's offers confidential care for mental health, work-life services, emotional well-being, and behavioral change. It's available 24/7 by phone, email, chat, or digital tools. And it is available to anyone who lives in the home of an insured employee and a non-insured employee. So it's available to everybody. There's also a test app. It's a phone app. It's an emotional support using artificial intelligence.
Oh, boy.
So I haven't seen that one, but
Yeah.
I know,
A warm, loving feeling from something that's
Yeah.
not real.
Cozy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Wonder, WONDR. It's a fitness program to try to help people eat better, just get healthier. Eat better, exercise, lose some weight if that's their goal, just get healthier if that's their goal. That used to it began in August, so it was a short, I don't remember how many weeks it ran, but it was just a number of weeks, and now that is a year-round program. Voya is our new accident insurance through ISAC as of January 1st. It covers employees plus insured family members. That does have to be insured family members. So some of us just have a core plan, that's just us. But if you have the enhanced and cover other family members, then they're included. It is 24/7 coverage, including work-related injuries. So, something to keep in mind. So, the Wellness Committee has not met yet this month. We're meeting on the 30th, but Lisa, who couldn't be here today, but we have talked and we believe that our program will remain very similar to what we had last year. And so we're just asking for the same funding as we received last year, the $9,000. So does anybody have any questions?
It sounds like a really good thing.
I like wellness. It is a good program, so. Okay. It does save us a lot of money, and they just offer really good programs if you want to participate, take care of yourself. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like this is now, we didn't have to put it up there last. Do you want to?
Lyle scooted it way up. You can sit down.
I was like, oh.
He scooted it. We couldn't hear each other, so he scooted it. So.
I was gonna ask to move a table up because
We can slide that up. if we want.
It's just like, the more you get to know me, the more you'll know that public speaking is like like spiders for some people, public speaking, like about to have a heart attack. And even I know you guys, if I sit down though, I'm just like.
It's
doesn't
more
bother-
relaxed.
Yeah,
If
I
you
like,
want to, you sure can.
no, I need to grow up.
It's no big deal.
I don't have a presentation like Kim. I'm just here with my budget.
It's all right. What number is that?
Yeah.
Number
Department 3, yep.
3.
I can just, if you want, like, just tell you my changes, and then if you have any questions from those, if that makes it easier on you guys. I can- Yeah,
last year it was 70-30 motor vehicle driver's license for your staff. And 30-70 for tax and motor vehicle for different things. But anyway, you have 280%, 179, 177.
Correct. Yep, yeah, and I split 2 of my employees, so their 100% time goes like 80 to driver's license. So I have 2 employees that I split.
Okay.
So one is 70-30 for driver's license, and the other one is driver's license tax, and then the other one is 30-70 driver's license motor vehicle.
Okay, 70
Yeah.
30 drivers.
Mm,
Motor vehicle.
mhm.
So
Yeah, so I split 2 of my girls.
70 tax.
Yep, no tax and driver's license. I end up with one because driver's license is so busy anymore that we really about have somebody in there 100% of the time. So, yep, made that change a couple years ago.
where does that all,
It just ends up in their salaries. If you look at my salary.
on their salaries, where does everybody actually shake out to then? Is it?
Yeah, I have 2 employees at the 80%. Is that what you mean? One at
Yeah.
79 and one at 77.
I just was trying to get I know when you put them together, it's hard to tell what they actually make.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep.
So I figure how to figure that. Your one that's on driver's license, the $60,174, is that somebody's just total salary?
No, so I can break it down for you. So like my 2 at 80, they are at 68.58. My 79 is at 60,098. And my 77 is at 58,577. I'm trying to write your folder.
Okay.
Does that help? So
I
then
think,
like,
I'm just trying to get a
yeah,
ballpark idea.
yeah, I get that because it's kind of confusing because I do split 2 of my, and I thought about just moving one whole person to driver's license, which would make even for me, make figuring my budget easier.
Yeah,
So, I mean, I
JD
really
does
just
the
need
same
to show
thing,
one
yes.
hundred percent. I need somebody in driver's license 100%, just the volume of driver's license. We really have somebody pretty much all the time in there working at their desk on driver's license. So
Right. It's okay. So that's all right. Let's
Yep.
see here.
yes, yep. My only increases are the salary increase, and then I actually did do a postage increase. Postage just continues to go up. Last year I was a little short in my statement postage, and I anticipate a increase because I'm actually gonna do a trial edition, a statement edition. I haven't decided the number of parcels, but for like somebody who owns multiple parcels, I'm gonna do a summary sheet, so that's gonna increase my postage as well. I just have to decide the parcel count that I'm gonna cut it off at, like if I'm gonna do people that owe 10 and over parcels, they'll get that summary sheet. But that is gonna increase obviously my postage.
So anybody that owns 10 and over would have a summary sheet with everything on it?
Yeah, in addition to their statements, because by the code of Iowa, they have to get their statements, but I'm gonna do a summary sheet this year, so I'm kind of anticipating not only with the postage increase just for everyone, but I'll have additional pages in my statements. So I think it'll be well accepted. I just really have to find that sweet spot number of how many I want.
Probably be helpful because some people
Calculate, right, yeah, so I think it'll be a good thing, so if anybody has a weigh-in of how many parcels they think it should be, I think I wanna start high and can make it lower, then start lower and then and take that away, so. So those are my only increase in expense, unless you guys have any questions from the. This would be my second budget without any part-time. I eliminated that a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do.
And you no longer do CDLs, right?
Correct. The ELDT change in Iowa, which requires schooling for that, has pretty much eliminated all counties. There's just a few hanging on. But the DOT anticipates they'll all be done because they're required to take schooling anyway. They can't just go and test to get their CDL. So most of the schooling has that testing involved in it. So there's no need for the testing at the county level.
And all the salaries, you said that's a percentage, you figure all those, what is that percentage again? It's like
It's based on the elected officials percent salary. So then I have two. Yes, so I did everybody at that 7.5.
is it, those numbers are 68 and 60, is that all based on what it would be if we do the 7.5? Is that
Correct, yes, the numbers I gave you are with that
all
7.5. And I do not have what they made it.
That's fine. I'm just trying to figure all this out.
Yep. I mean, I sure have my breakdown here if you just want it. You can make a copy of it.
Okay, well.
So expense wise, that's it. My revenue on the flip side of postage, I also increased my revenue postage because we charge our postage on the motor vehicle side for my mailings and also our plate mailings. So those went up as well. Our plate mailing quite a bit, so I increased that just a small amount of $500. And in the revenue we'll get from that. And then tax sale registration fees, I increased those. Online has shown an increase in our registrations for investors, and I increased the registration fees that we retain from motor vehicle registrations as well. So I did do some increasing in my revenues, and then not in my budget, but interesting, the interest earned comes from my office. I'm the one that works with the banks to, make sure we're getting the best rates we can. Last year in the whole fiscal year, 22-23, we had $253,000 in interest revenue. This year, we're only halfway through our year and we're already at almost $244,000 in interest revenue. So
And that comes from all our fund balances and everything.
all of our money.
All the money in the county.
banks. Yep. So some
Are you getting like
some of it's
5% or
CD,
roughly?
well, they all vary, and I should have brought that list, but some are in CDs, some are like I pay, some of our local banks, I do make them be
Bid.
competitive,
Yeah.
to keep our money. So I do move money to the bank that has the highest to the limit they'll allow me to keep there.
Yeah,
So,
the landfill's the same way. They've been sitting on a savings and we're trying to, there's a lot of interest to be made
Mhm.
right now, a lot.
CDs just went down.
did they just go down?
Some local banks aren't paying anywhere near as much as some we've dealt with that ourselves. Local banks paying 2 or 3 or 4,
Mhm.
get out of here, you can get 5 or 5.5, 6. Especially if you have a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get,
shopping, but
yeah, I think my highest,
Pay more.
then you have to tax. So
yeah,
don't
I
even
think
have
my
to get that.
highest savings rate right now is like 4 or 5 local. And then I use iPay as well. And I think I'm just over 5, like 505 or something, iPay right now. So,
So that, the income we make from that goes into the general fund.
Yeah.
Our interest income just drops right back around there.
yeah, generally, I don't know why, I'm sure it's just always been this way, but generally that is like shown on the treasurer's department revenues, but I don't care.
So-
Then I don't have to predict interest.
Yeah, you can't predict it.
So I'm not gonna, what,
Right.
yeah, then I don't have to be like,
You don't know.
This interest is on all the funds, all the different funds, right?
This.
253.
On ours,
240,
it's on our,
Or
bank
just
balances, it's
general.
like on banks, so it would be on all the funds,
all the funds.
yeah. It'd be all the money that we have. The only thing that's not shown on that, what did I say, the 2 is our CDs. When I ran the report, they don't show on that same investment report that I ran, so I had to print those separately, but yeah, we're at like 286 this year, so.
That's really good.
It is.
It's a lot different than it was
Yeah.
for a long
A
time.
couple years ago, it'd been nothing.
Yeah, and so, I mean, in
10%.
6 months from now, we could be back down and, but I just thought it was an interesting fact to share on revenue.
What?
I just thought it was an interesting fact for revenue, that we've almost got the same in 6 months that we had. For the first week.
Right. Okay, well, questions on that?
Good enough?
Do a good job.
All right, thank you.
7, Brenda.
Oh, there's Brenda.
Look, are you right back on schedule?
Yeah, look at there.
She did a department 7.
Okay,
Ready?
Yeah.
Sure. Ready? Ready.
yeah. All right, well, I guess we can just look at what's the, is there anything,
Does anything really stand out that you have questions about?
Everything's just the same, except the salaries.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty well stays the same.
Yeah, that's right, that's what they
Yeah.
used to be, so yeah. Good job, yeah. We still have recorded management fund.
Mm-hmm,
No.
yeah.
Any questions on expenses?
we don't have to take pictures of any books anymore, so
Nope, that's done.
it's done.
It's
Okay,
So no more Jim Maury.
no more, yeah.
Is he still working?
He's still working, to my knowledge, I think. Still hanging in there. I did increase a few, yes.
so you're,
And this will be coming up, it'll be a boat renewal year, so
Oh.
that'll increase there.
He's jumped.
Yeah, good, we had a few of those come in this year.
You still get 50 cents off the hunting and fishing.
50 cents for each hunting and fishing license we sell.
just in that office, not in the county, that's just what you actually
Just,
sell.
that's what we get
We're
to
gonna get
keep.
rich on that deal.
Yeah,
You get, oh,
$1.25 for each boat we renew.
God, I was gonna- No, we'll be able to-
$1.25,
No,
yeah.
Not much.
Not much.
ATVs?
$1.25.
Well, your passports are ahead of schedule.
Yes.
That's good.
You can get $35 on that.
Yes, we kind of did a workup and she has done, for 2023, she's done 120 more application process than in 2022, and that does not include the renewals.
Wow.
And most of the renewal, when she does the picture too.
So what do we get for a renewal?
We just get the picture fee. If we do the picture, we get the
You don't get
$15.
anything.
We don't get anything for renewals.
Okay.
No,
How about vitals? Do we get?
we get,
anything on that?
$5.
$5.
Or $4, excuse me. $5 for if we make it just a photocopy, it's $5. But if we do a certified copy, we get $4 and the state gets 11. And then if we do a marriage application, then we get $4 for that. So we get the $4 straight across for that. But
So you went up. That's good. Up 13%. No,
And that $1.25 set by the state,
yes,
so that you can collect.
yes,
Those.
all that is set by the state. You know?
looks good to me.
Well, thank you. Judy, do you have
That's good.
anything else?
I
Dan?
think not. See, that's good as usual.
I like
We're hungry.
Do you wanna go ahead and do this? Does JD do this or just move back to that time? We can go and then come back and, we only had one more thing on here.
Will that take quite a bit?
I don't,
Thanks, guys.
We'll take a
see you later, Brent. Thank you.
Can we run the other today? Ones if we come out early until 3 o'clock or whatever.
What time is it right now?
12.
Because we've got the board
I don't
one.
know if we have enough time. I just, if we don't have to do that one, I don't know if I can get home in time. I've got chores while it's daylight. I like to do chores and I can see things, but I don't know if I have. If it's even enough time anyway, but. If that's all we have left on here is the road budget, but that needs to be with JD, doesn't it? You'll need to.
You're probably looking at least an hour.
Can you do?
Oh, secondary roads and weed. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, that's a big one. Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah. Okay, well, I wasn't paying attention to the first part. That's fine. Let's just, we might as well, it'll take.
Yeah.
Just come back at 1 and we'll do JD. It'll take at least an hour probably to do JD's.
Yes, I make a motion that we recess.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Aye. We have to vote on that. I don't know. Okay, let's go eat some lunch.
Okay. There we go.
She could have shot it off. Did you get that additions?
I'm sure.
I need to go. Refrigerator. You got a, I got a sandwich in this refrigerator.
That was smart.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Try that. Yeah.
Running in Paris, running in. Get my sandwich.
Yeah, you're saying. Oh, I baked a turkey breast last night, but it was bone in, it was a mess.
Oh.
was like, it just sounded good.